rise.
Maybe see everyone. Was Mr. Bowles coming, or is? Yeah, I can wait. I got to get my computer up running anyway, so. Thank you. You want me to wait, or?
He must
Oh, he comes. He's coming. Okay. So this is 23 CF 475 State versus Josie Dikeman appearances.
Matthew Torbinson, Emily Root appear for the state, also present as state's counsel, as well as Investigative Sergeant Rich Amundsen.
Morning, Your Honor. Ms. Dikeman appears in person with her attorneys Chris Acker and David Bowles, also present as paralegal Emily Sanchez.
So at the end of last week, we were still in the directive, Investigator Amundsen, so we'll start back up there. Do we have some issues to talk about before we bring? All right. Do we have some issues to talk about before we bring the jury in, Mr. Torbinson?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Zacher?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. The jury's here, right? When they're ready, bring them on in. Okay. All right, everybody may be seated. Good morning, everyone. Hope you had a relaxing weekend. We're actually going to swear you in one more time, just because it's been the weekend. We will start up where we left off, and we'll go from there. All right, go ahead and swear in, Investigator.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony given this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And just so everybody, we're still in the directive, Mr. Investigator Amundsen. So go ahead, Attorney Root.
Judge. Sergeant, I'll give you the last packet of exhibits here. Hold on to those. Okay, so In last week's testimony, we saw that Ms. Dikeman received a call from Deputy Path on the 10th of February, correct?
Correct.
So if she had concerns after Mr. Pedrin was arrested that night, she could have called Deputy Path back, correct?
Correct.
In addition to having the phone number for Deputy Path, did Ms. Dikeman previously communicate with Lieutenant Williams about a separate and unrelated investigation in the months preceding Alex's death?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Offer for the truth of the matter or the effect on the listener?
The effect on listener.
Okay. I'll go ahead then.
Can you repeat the question?
Did, in addition to her having Deputy Path's number, did she also have contact information for Sergeant Williams?
Yes, Josie Dikeman did.
And that was related to a unrelated investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
And therefore, she also would have been able to communicate with him if there had been an issue, but she wasn't comfortable talking to Deputy Path about it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sergeant, if I can have you look at Exhibit 129. Is this a record of the communication that Ms. Dikeman had with Sergeant Williams, then Sergeant Williams, from the month of September 2022 through January of 2022?
Judge,
Or 2023?
Judge, same continuing objection, hearsay, confrontation, speculation, relevance.
And Your Honor, I'm not going to go into the content of the messages or what it was about, just that there were messages.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yes.
And how many messages back and forth does this record contain?
198.
And from your review of the records, does it reflect a fair and accurate representation of the communication between Ms. Dikeman and Lieutenant Williams from September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
And does it indicate that Lieutenant Williams was actually saved as a contact in her phone as Sergeant Williams?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 129 for the limited purposes it was testified to.
Any objection to that?
Same objection.
Okay. It'll be received for the limited purposes it was used. Go ahead.
Sergeant Amundsen, what was the last date of the messages contained in Exhibit 129?
January 11th, 2023 at 9:46 a.m.
So certainly, if she didn't feel like she had enough of a comfort level to reach out to Deputy Path, there was somebody in your agency who she had had a lot of previous contact with. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sergeant, last week we talked about communication data and the other data that was retrieved from the initial extraction of Ms. Dikeman's cell phone and also the messages received through the legal process on Facebook. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And if I could have you refer to Exhibit 130, specifically related to the Cellbrite data or the cell phone extraction data. Is this a preliminary device report related to that first Apple iPhone that was seized and extracted related to this investigation?
Yes.
And that was Ms. Dikeman's phone?
Yes, that was the phone that Lieutenant Williams had acquired.
And does this exhibit truly and fairly accurately reflect the data retrieved from that cell phone extraction dated February 13th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 130.
Same objection.
Can't be received.
If you review the chart contained in this exhibit, Sergeant, does it indicate that the model of phone was an iPhone 12,1?
Yes.
And you recall discussing the photos in Exhibit 113, documenting the process of attempting to retrieve data from Ms. Dikeman's Genie app?
Yes.
I believe that exhibit is also in front of you, Sergeant, if you want to refer to it. But does the model of phone from the February 13th extraction match the information shown on Exhibit 113, page 1, when you use this phone to log into the Genie app at 11:52 a.m. On the date of that search?
Yes.
And does that information help you identify which Genie login attempt was made by your agency?
Yes.
If we go back to Exhibit 130, and looking down at the Apple ID section, what email address is associated with this phone?
The Apple ID is Josie Marie.
And if you flip to page 2 of Exhibit 130, is that the same email address used for several of Ms. Dikeman's other accounts?
Yes.
I'm going to make you flip back to 113 again, Sergeant, and directing your attention to page 3. Do you see the entry showing that on February 19th, 2023, the kitchen camera was removed from the Genie app?
Yes.
And what email address is associated with that action?
Josie Marie, JZ.
With the phone in the preliminary device report.
Yes.
And finally, if you refer to the MSI SDN field in the chart, what phone number is associated with this phone?
1608.
Sergeant, are there limitations of a cell phone extraction?
Yes.
What are some of those limitations?
Some of the limitations are you don't always get all the information back, all the data from the cell phone. There could be items that have been deleted that cannot be retrieved. You don't see new data that could be gathered on applications from other devices. You're only going to see what was on that specific one.
So it's really a look back, is that correct?
Correct. It's looking back in time. You can't look forward in time on a cell phone extraction.
You mentioned that sometimes deleted items can be retrieved.
Correct.
Can you tell me a little more about that?
I'm not a Celebrite expert, but I do know that on Celebrite returns that we get, sometimes there's deleted items that can be recovered, and sometimes we don't get any of the information from deleted. I believe it has things to do with what version of Celebrite you're using. Just like anything else in this world, you can get the basic all the way to the premium, and the premium is a lot more.
A lot more
Money.
Does your department extract cell phones in-house within your own agency?
We do not.
Who do you rely on to do that?
Depending on the case, it could be the Home and Police Department has those capabilities. The City of La Crosse does as well. They will assist us. Otherwise, we would use the Wisconsin Department of Justice. There's either in Madison or Eau Claire. Depending on the investigation, they also have mobile units that can respond as well.
Is it necessary for you to have someone's passcode to be able to extract data?
Not necessarily. The information that you get from a locked phone compared to an unlocked phone can vary depending on which version of Cellebrite is used.
Are there applications available to bypass passcodes if you don't have one?
There are some programs available to do that, and that success rate varies on what type of phone, what model phone, what manufacturer, things like that.
Related to that recoverable data, were you able to retrieve the May 2022 video related to the car from anyone's cell phone in this case, or did you have to locate that through another method?
Correct. Yeah, we did not retrieve that May of 2022 video from anyone's cell phone. It was a different way.
Okay. Did you eventually get it from Ms. Dikeman's Google account return?
Correct. One of the search warrants written early was a Google warrant, and that's how we got that video.
Okay. By the time you got that video, had Mr. Pedrin already disclosed, from his perspective, what that incident was to you?
Yes.
And what significance did recovering that video have to the investigation?
I don't think it didn't show any physical abuse or anything like that, so it was more.
I'm going to object to move to strike. I think that both mischaracterizes, and it's an issue for the jury to determine what the video actually depicts.
And again, we're talking about theory of the case and that sort of thing, which we've gone into. And so I think he can explain what that had an effect on in terms of the investigation.
Go ahead. I mean, this is from his opinion.
Correct.
Right. Go ahead.
When reviewing that video, we did not see any physical abuse by Derek Pedrin. In fact, initially, one of the analysts thought it was Ms. Dikeman doing the yelling. Subsequent to that, Derek Pedrin admitted that was him in the video doing those things. If anything, it added some credibility to what Derek was telling us.
I'm going to object. Hazeltine, move to strike.
Yeah. Sustain that comment we struck. You cannot consider that comment. Go ahead.
When law enforcement requests records from companies like Google or cell phone carriers, like in this case Verizon, are there steps you can take to preserve those records so that data can't be deleted before a company responds to your request?
Yes.
What's that process?
We can do preservation requests, whether it be Verizon, Google, Facebook, many other applications. It's a very short process, so we're able to put in an email address, other identifying information, and state that we want the information preserved so it cannot be deleted, because it may take days to write search warrants. They're quite lengthy for these applications. So we can freeze the accounts quickly and then take some more time to complete all the warrants to send there to get the information back. That way the user cannot delete it before we get the warrants there.
And in this case, there was approximately 3 months between Alex's death and issuing charges. Is that correct?
Yes.
That issuing of charges wasn't done until after that final autopsy report came back?
Correct.
And did you, or in the course of the investigation, review text messages exchanged between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin after Alex's death.
Yes,
Were those messages obtained through a search warrant request sent to Verizon?
yes,
And did those messages give you some insight into the nature of their communications during that time period?
yes,
Based on your review of those messages, did Ms. Dikeman express frustration in those days after Alex's death related to Derek not coming to be with her?
yes.
If I can have you refer to Exhibit 131. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Is this a portion of the Verizon messaging between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin from part of the day on February 11th, 2023?
It is.
And specifically related to the Verizon records in this matter, in their raw form, were those in Eastern Standard Time?
Yes,
And is this a true and accurate representation of this portion of the record as received by your agency from Verizon?
it is.
Sergeant, how would you describe the readability of the information as it appears here on page 1?
There's a lot of technical information from Verizon that I quite frankly don't understand at all, but then the very end is that the message content as related to the phone numbers and dates. It's pretty garbled to read.
And so I'm going to have you refer to pages 2 and 3 of this exhibit. Was this portion of the exhibit created to present the information in a more reader-friendly format?
Yes,
But do pages 2 and 3 also fairly and accurately summarize the information contained on page 1?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 131 and request to publish pages 2 and 3.
Okay,
Big confrontation and right now.
may I see that? There's hearsay information in here. What did you?
And Judge, I would ask if the court would be willing to instruct the jury that that's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's offered to show simply context with Ms. Dikeman's statements.
And Judge, it's still a confrontation problem in that the witness who made the statement is not available for, or was not produced for cross-examination at the time of the statement.
Well, materials were available at the time. What the court will do is go ahead, I'll allow you to use the chart. I will say that the statements by Mr. Pedrin are not being offered for the truth of the matter. We don't know. There's no opportunity to cross-examine that individual. Given that, you can see you are allowed to look at the reactions by Ms. Dikeman. Go ahead. It will be received for that purpose only.
If I can have the computer display, please. Sergeant, we'll start with page 2 here. If you can read to the jury what these messages say.
Well, the top portion of this graph does show that it's in Central Standard Time, so it's not in the Eastern as we received. This is from February 11th of 2023. You want me to read Ms.
Correct,
Dikeman's
yes.
statement? Okay.
Thank you.
At 10:04 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, I get you out and you just go to your POS dad's. He didn't give a fuck about Alex, just his motorcycle. Who does that? Someone dies and he is worried about getting his stupid bike. You weren't here for me or anyone else who is falling apart. You go to your selfish dads. At 10:05 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, good night, Derek, exclamation point. I'll talk to you tomorrow, maybe. Can I read Derek's or not?
Go ahead for context.
Okay, at 10:05 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, I went there because the detective dropped his card off. There's that only reason. At 10:06 p.m., Josie Dikeman responds, what card, question mark. At 10:06 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, for what? 10:06 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, I do care about my sons and I can't be with you. I tried to be and went to jail. At 10:06 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, why you are dads. 10:06 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages to call him.
Moving to page 3 of this exhibit. You can read those messages.
At 10:06 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, IDKY. 10:06 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, you could have went anywhere else. At 10:07 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, we were at my mom's, then my dad texted that the detective dropped his card off and wanted me to call him, so we went and got it. At 10:08 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, you don't think if I could be by you right now, I would? 10:10 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, we are supposed to be there for each other right now. 10:10 p.m., Josie Dikeman texts, what did detective say?
Sergeant, was the phone number associated with Ms. Dikeman in these Verizon records 608-863, or excuse me, 8?
Yes.
Was that a different phone number than the number that was connected to the cell phone extracted on the 13th of February?
Yes.
And when reviewing these messages throughout the investigation, did Ms. Dikeman at times express concern about law enforcement seeing or reading her communications?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object. Speculation, lack of foundation.
I'm getting into the foundation, Judge. It's in
Okay.
the next exhibit.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to lay the foundation for the exhibit, which it's a little bit of a cycle, so.
Okay, go ahead.
And did you also observe messages where Ms. Dikeman discussed using different accounts or methods of communication?
Yes.
I can have you refer to Exhibit 132, Sergeant. And does this document fairly and accurately reflect a portion of the Verizon records you reviewed in this investigation related to communication between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin?
Yes.
And specifically, again, does page 1 contain messages back and forth between them in the early hours of February 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Turning to pages 2 and 3, is this portion of the exhibit a fair and accurate summary of the information contained on page 1?
Yes.
And Your Honor, would also move to admit this exhibit and request to publish with the caveat that the information pertaining to Mr. Pedrin's responses is not being offered for the truth of the matter, but just to show context in the conversation with Ms. Dikeman.
Judge, for the record, hearsay, confrontation again, and once more, this was handed to me about a minute ago.
Okay. Again, the statements that are going to be offered here from Mr. Pedrin are not being offered the truth of the matter. They are just context to understand where the conversation. There are a number of statements from Ms. Dikeman. Court's going to overrule the objection, allow it to be received and be published.
So, Sergeant, we're now looking at Exhibit 132, page 2. Can you please indicate the date these messages are from and then the contents of the conversation?
It's from February 12th of 2023 with the times converted from Eastern to Central Standard Time. At 12:05 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "What's my number?" Again, at 12:05 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "I'm going to go smoke and I'll call you. Why? But send me my number fast." 12:05 a.m., Derek Pedrin responds with 608-793. 12:06 a.m., Derek Pedrin responds, "Why you need it." 12:08 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "Trying to set up Messenger." 12:08 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "I'm going to put your phone number in, see if you get a code." 12:09 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "You get a code?" 12:09 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, question mark. 12:09 a.m., Derek Pedrin replies no.
Moving on to page 3 of Exhibit 132. You can do the same for this page, Sergeant.
Again, February 12th, 2023, times converted from Eastern to Central Standard. 12:09 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages WTF. 12:11 a.m., Derek Pedrin responds IDK. 12:11 a.m., Derek Pedrin messages is it a new one? 12:11 a.m., Derek Pedrin messages, or you are old one. 12:13 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, new one, otherwise detective sees what I talk about. 12:14 a.m., Derek Pedrin replies, then IDK, why it not working? 12:14 a.m., Derek Pedrin messages, you made a whole new Facebook. 12:15 a.m., Josie Dikeman responds, just messenger.
Sergeant, in that same time period of messages, did Ms. Dikeman also express questions or concern about whether the children were going to be interviewed?
Yes.
And if I can have you refer, to Exhibit 133, is this another portion of the Verizon records which show messaging between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin on the 12th of February, 2023?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate, or is the data fair and accurate compared to your review of those records?
Yes.
Moving to pages 2 and pages 3, do those pages fairly and accurately summarize the information contained on page 1?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'd move for the exhibit or admission of Exhibit 133 and request to publish pages 2 and 3 of the exhibit with the understanding that Mr. Pedrin's statements are being offered for context only and not for the truth of the matter asserted.
Same objection as before, particularly confrontation, hearsay, and I was just handed this document now.
The characterization in your earlier question that this is being offered to indicate that Ms. Dikeman's concern over the interviews?
It was questioning or concern. I may have used both of those words, but conversations about the interview, Your Honor. Obviously, the jury can, the benefit of them seeing the message is that they can judge for themselves.
Well,
Content.
if it's being offered just about the exchange of the fact that children are going to be interviewed, the court would allow this to happen. I think the characterization that it's a concern is, I think that's up to the jury to decide.
Absolutely, Judge.
All right, so it's not being offered for the truth of the matter of what Mr. Pedrin is saying. It's only being offered for what Ms. Dikeman is saying. Go ahead.
Have the display, please.
And I should respond, I'm sorry, I should. So it's being received. I do accept your objection. You're saying, it's my understanding the Cellbrite information you did have, but you didn't have the table.
We didn't have the table. We and I would add an additional ground that I don't think that this document is responsive to the actual question and how that was phrased.
Yeah, the court has modified that for that reason. Go ahead.
Judge. Okay, Sergeant, if you can, let us know when these messages occurred and the content of the messages, please. We'll start with page 2 of Exhibit 133.
From February 12th of 2023, times again converted from Eastern Standard to Central Standard Time. 12:34 a.m., Josie Dikeman sends, "I need to know if they are going to talk to the kids tomorrow or not." 12:35 a.m., Derek Pedrin responds, "IDK." 12:36 a.m., Derek Pedrin states, "He said something like that. He said they were going to talk to the kids, but if they did already, IDK." 12:37 a.m., Josie Dikeman responds, "CPS did." 12:37 a.m., Josie Dikeman states, "Why didn't you pay attention?" 12:37 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "You are kids." 12:38 a.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "Yeah, he said someone was meeting with them at 10.
And I'll go to page 3 of Exhibit 133.
February 12th of 2023, Eastern Standard back to Central. 12:38 a.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "I did pay attention. I'm sorry, there is a lot on my mind right now." Josie Dikeman, 12:39 a.m., messages, "WTF, all right, I need to get sleep." 12:39 a.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "He said to talk to them because they were in the house." 12:40 a.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "Are you going to be able to be with them?" 12:40 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "Okay, love you. I gotta try to sleep so I can be there."
So in that last message, Ms. Dikeman does express that she's going to try to be there, correct?
Yes.
And were either Ms. Dikeman or Mr. Pedrin allowed to go to the children's forensic interviews?
They were not.
And why not?
Again, we wanted to keep the children separate from the two adults in the house until the forensic interviews.
Mr. Pedrin's first interview with law enforcement took place on February 14th, 2023. And I should say his first formal sit-down interview, correct?
Correct.
He had previously had some phone calls with law enforcement.
Yes.
And in the messages you reviewed between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin, was there some discussion on the 14th of February about Mr. Pedrin's meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you referred to Exhibit 134? This another portion of the Verizon records that came back through the search warrant related to Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin's communication.
Yes.
And to be clear, Sergeant, are these the form of the records that were or would have been handed over to defense counsel in the discovery process?
Objection, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
And we'll deal with that at a different time. I understand why you're asking, but he doesn't necessarily know.
But if he does, Your Honor, I mean, if he's familiar with the process.
If he knows it was, but he doesn't know, move on. This is part of the discovery question. So, I mean,
okay.
Yeah, are you saying he actually is the one who delivered them?
No, I'm not, Your Honor,
Right.
but
Okay.
I wasn't
Go
either.
ahead.
So, I mean.
It's the normal discovery process, right?
And specifically, do these records relate to a conversation they had on the date of February 14th?
February 14th of 2023, yes.
Turning to page 2 and 3 of this document, do these pages fairly and accurately summarize the contents of page 1?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission and publication of Exhibit 134.
Same previous objections, Judge. Hearsay, confrontation, relevant speculation. Just once more, this was handed to me about a minute ago.
Most of these are comments made by Ms. Dikeman. Again, the statements by Mr. Pedrin are not being offered the truth of the matter, just context in this situation. Please disregard those statements. Just go ahead. Will be received and allowed for that purpose.
Judge. Sergeant, looking at Exhibit 134, page 2, can you please explain to the jury the date of these messages and then the contents of the messages?
They're from February 14th of 2023 with the times converted from Eastern Standard to Central Time. At 10:35 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "I got you pants and your medicine." 10:35 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "Good luck with court. Call me when questioning is done. I love you. Good luck, babe." 10:40 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "I think you should listen to your attorney and not go talk to the investors." At 10:41 a.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "Can you call me after court?" 10:46 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "How did it go, babe?" 12:51 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "Okay, where are you?" 12:57 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "About to leave, where are you?" 12:57 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "In car, leave where?" 12:58 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "IDK, waiting for my mom to get done with talking to them." 12:59 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "Where are you going now?" Continued on to February 14th of 2023, converted from Eastern to Central Standards.
Want to switch pages?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
12:59 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "Talking to who?" 12:59 p.m., Josie Dikeman responds to Sergeant Williams, I think. 1 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "How did court go?" 1 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "Okay." Again at 1 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "You're there." 1 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "What did they say?" 1:01 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "They are leaving no contact as is due to circumstances." 1:04, Josie Dikeman messages, "What did the detectives ask?" 1:06 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, "Just asked where we have lived about incident in Joplin and shit like that."
So, Sergeant, in these messages, Ms. Dikeman is telling Mr. Pedrin good luck. She's calling him babe. She's telling him she loves him, correct?
Yes.
And she's asking about what law enforcement had questioned Mr. Pedrin about, correct?
Yes,
These messages were exchanged after Alex's autopsy had been completed, correct?
yes,
Autopsy was on the 13th.
yes,
And these messages were also exchanged after the children's forensic interviews had been done.
yes,
When Ms. Dikeman was charged in this matter, did law enforcement seize a Google Android phone and another iPhone from her?
we did.
And were extractions completed on those phones?
Yes,
If I can have you refer to Exhibit 135, is this the preliminary device report related to the Google Android phone that was extracted in this matter on the 22nd of May, 2023?
yes,
And does this report fairly and accurately reflect the information regarding the device information and user accounts
yes,
related to the cell phone extraction?
it does.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 135.
Judge, once more, I got this about 10 seconds ago. I have not had a chance to compare this for accuracy. Same objections as previously.
And Your Honor, this is a report generated directly from the Cellbrite program.
Okay. This was, again, part of discovery, I assume.
It was.
Will be received.
Looking at this device report, Sergeant, does the phone number associated with this phone, or is that phone number 608?
Yes, it's actually 1608. 73.
From your review of the Cellbrite data related to this phone, did it also contain communication between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin?
Yes,
If I can have you turn to Exhibit 136, Sergeant. Is this an extraction report from the Google Android phone seized from Ms. Dikeman and extracted on the 22nd of May, 2023?
yes,
And does this particular exhibit capture the text messages between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin that were contained on this phone?
yes.
And can you tell us how many messages in total this portion of the Cellbrite extraction contains?
170.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 136. And for the record, Judge, this is the entire record. I'm going to ask some specific questions. Before I ask specific questions, I'll refer to the line. But this is just being provided so that the full record is made part of the record.
As long as the
Not asking for all the contents to be.
you're not asking for the contents, it's just the days when the exchanges were?
Yes, for this particular purpose, I am going to go into some of the messages, but I'll identify those before I do, so counsel has a chance to.
Go ahead.
Judge, same objections.
Well, Exhibit 136 is received.
Specifically related to message number 1, Sergeant, is this a outgoing message from Ms. Dikeman to Mr. Pedrin?
Yes.
And in this particular cell phone, is Mr. Pedrin's phone number associated with the contact name T, and that's just the letter T?
Yes.
And what is the content of that first message?
Why did you block me?
And can you give us the date and time that that was sent?
4/25 of 2023 at 12:13 and 47 seconds.
Again, that was a message from Ms. Dikeman to Mr. Pedrin?
Yes.
Is that AM or PM? Or military time?
PM.
If I could have you refer now to Exhibit 137, Sergeant. Does this exhibit contain a summary of the text messages contained in the Cellbrite extraction from Ms. Dikeman to Mr. Pedrin on 4/26 or April 26th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, is this a summary of the messages Ms. Dikeman sent to Mr. Pedrin on lines 36 through 40 of Exhibit 136?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately summarize that information?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission and publication of Exhibit 137.
Judge, this one is part of it's a fraction of the messages that we submitted in Exhibit 210. I'm not going to object to it for that purpose, but under the rule of completeness, I'll ask to include the remaining messages in that sequence from 210.
And when you get to the point of cross, you can do that. Yeah, these are, go ahead.
Okay, Sergeant, can you please let us know when these messages were sent and the contents of the messages?
From April 26th of 2023, times converted to Central Standard, line 36, 2:47 p.m., Josie Dikeman sends, "Fuck you, dude, I'm releasing these videos." Line 37 at 2:47 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "The world can see the true Derek." Line 38, 2:48 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "Starting with the ones of you beating Alex." Line 39 at 2:51 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "Don't forget to check the news tomorrow!" Exclamation point. "They will have the SD card!" Exclamation point. "I'm done with you acting like you were perfect, comma. You will see how perfect you are, or were." Exclamation point. Line 40 at 2:53 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, "I'm sick of you constantly putting me down, acting like you were some sweet Prince Charming!" Exclamation point. "I think everyone needs to know the truth."
And Sergeant, did law enforcement ever receive an SD card from Ms. Dikeman after this date, April 26, 2023?
No, we did not.
Moving on to Exhibit 138. Is this the preliminary device report for the Apple iPhone that was seized from Ms. Dikeman and extracted on the 22nd of May, 2023?
It is.
And does the information contained in this report represent true and accurate reflection of the device information and user accounts that were generated as part of that cell phone extraction?
Yes.
I'll move for the admission, Your Honor, of Exhibit 138.
Same previous objections?
Can be received.
Sergeant, is the model of the iPhone as indicated on the device report an iPhone 13,2?
Yes.
And on this phone, is Ms. Dikeman, again, using her original number of 1?
Yes, she is.
Moving to Exhibit 139, Sergeant. Is this a extraction report related to the instant messages sent between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin on this Apple iPhone?
Yes, it is.
And how many total messages are represented in this report?
1,288.
And is this a fair and accurate reflection of the data that was downloaded from the phone and your review of it?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of 139, again, not at this point for specific messages, but just to complete the record.
Okay. Same objections, I assume.
Same objections, and I'd also note this was just handed to me recently, and I haven't had a chance to check these for accuracy.
Okay. Be received.
Again, Sergeant, in this phone is Mr. Pedrin's cell phone number saved under the contact with the letter T?
Yes.
And in this selection of messages is the first message in the series a message from Ms. Dikeman to Mr. Pedrin?
Yes, it is.
And can you please tell the jury the date and time of that message and what the content is?
The first message is from April 28th of 2023 at 2:08 p.m. The content states, from Josie Dikeman to Mr. Pedrin, my point is this phone should be clean.
Sergeant, if I can have you flip to page 24 of this exhibit. And I am going to refer specifically to lines 567 and 568. If you can let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Eventually in these messages, does Ms. Dikeman confront Mr. Pedrin about recording her?
Yes.
And Sergeant, can you please read the messages contained in 567 and 568, including the time and the contents of what Ms. Dikeman said to Mr. Pedrin?
But for purposes of the rule of completeness, I'd also ask that he read 569 and 570.
I'll give you an opportunity in cross-examination. Go ahead. Unless you want to just speed this up and do 569 and 570.
That's fine, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. On May 8th of 2023, Josie Dikeman, or sorry, I'll take a step back here. On May 8th of 2023 at 10:29 and 9 seconds a.m., Josie Dikeman messages Derek Pedrin. They ask you to wear a wire on me and record our calls, and you have period, wow. Josie Dikeman messages again, May 8th, 2023, 10:29 and 12 seconds a.m. WTF to Derek Pedrin. May 8th, 2023 at 10:29 and 30 seconds a.m. Josie Dikeman messages Derek Pedrin, our whole relationship was a fucking lie. On May 8th of 2023 at 10:30 and 3 seconds a.m., Josie Dikeman messages Derek Pedrin, you people are searching for something that isn't there. I didn't do anything.
Sergeant, in that string of messages you just read, nowhere in there does Ms. Dikeman indicate to Mr. Pedrin that he's the source of Alex's injuries, correct?
String of 4 messages, just
That was my exact question.
That is correct.
Almost done, Sergeant. If I can have you refer to Exhibit 140, please. Does this exhibit contain text messages between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin spanning from May 10th of 2023 to May 11th of 2023?
Yes.
And is this, again, a summary of the data contained in Exhibit 139?
Yes.
And specifically, do the messages in this exhibit represent the content contained in lines 744 through 834 of Exhibit 139?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately summarizes the information in those lines of that exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission and publication of Exhibit 140.
same exhibits as previously, Judge, or same objections as previously.
This is a particularly long one.
The last one, Judge.
I guess I'm not seeing the relevance of reading all of these. I'll agree with my objection standing that there was discussion about the relationship, but.
Yeah, rather than reading all of them, can we have them just summarize what's in here? I mean, it's about.
I think it'll take us about 5 minutes to get through, Judge. I mean, I think in the grand scheme of things, again, this is our last one.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to let her put it in. Of course, you'll have the ability to cross-examine on the entire thing. Go ahead.
Okay, Sergeant, if you can explain to us when these messages were sent, and then the contents of the messages, please.
These messages are between May 10th and May 11th of 2023, with times converted to Central Standard. Line 744, 10:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, I love you, but goodbye. Line 745, 10:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, I'm fucking done. 746, 10:01 p.m., Derek Pedrin messages, act like you want us. 747, 10:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman messages, I'm done. 748, 10:01 p.m., Derek Pedrin, all you need to do, it's too hard. 749, 10:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman, another night alone. 750, 10:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman, I'm good. 751, 10:02 p.m., Josie Dikeman, you don't show shit. 752, 10:02 p.m., Derek Pedrin, all you need to is stop with your mouth and BS. 753, 10:02 p.m., Derek Pedrin, but you can't. 754, 10:05 p.m., Josie Dikeman, all you needed to do is come here and I'd show you all I want to give you. 755, 10:05 p.m., Josie Dikeman, but you can't. 756, 11 p.m., Josie Dikeman, I love you and miss you. 757, 11 p.m., Josie Dikeman, XO, XO, XO.
Moving on to page 2.
758, 11:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman, whatever, you have an hour. 7:59, 11:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman, didn't want to have another number, so I think I talked to dudes. 7:60, 11:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman, my bad. 7:61, 11:01 p.m., Josie Dikeman, ass. 7:62, 11:08 p.m., Josie Dikeman, I don't want the kids seeing me crying all the time. That's why I have to block you. 7:63, 11:08 p.m., Josie Dikeman, I'm sorry, you don't understand. 7:64, 11:08 p.m., Josie Dikeman, I love you. 7:65, 11:10 p.m., Derek Pedrin, fuck it. 7:66, 11:11 p.m., Derek Pedrin, you don't love shit. 7:67, 11:11 p.m., Derek Pedrin, if you did, you would talk and listen. I'm hurt, you fuck. 7:68, 11:11 p.m., Derek Pedrin, but all you care about is you. 7:69, 11:11 p.m., Derek Pedrin, I'm out. 7:70, 11:27 p.m., Josie Dikeman. None of what you said, I back that up. None of what you just said is love. 7:71, 11:27, Josie Dikeman. Wow.
Page 3 of Exhibit 140.
7:72, 11:28 p.m., Derek Pedrin. Fuck you and your love. 7:73, 11:28 p.m., Derek Pedrin. You don't love shit but you. 7:74 at 11:30 p.m., Josie Dikeman. 30 minutes. 7:75, 11:31 p.m., Josie Dikeman. I love you, but I won't be treated this way. Line 777, 11:31 p.m., Derek Pedrin with a link to Apple Music. The title appears to be My-Heart-Hurts. 7:78, 11:37 p.m., Josie Dikeman. I love you, but I give up at midnight. 7:79, 11:37 p.m., Josie Dikeman. I told you that. 7:80, 11:37 p.m., Derek Pedrin. Me too. 7:81 at 11:37 p.m., Derek Pedrin. I give up. 7:82, 11:37, Josie Dikeman. I want to show you love. 7:83, 11:37 p.m., Derek Pedrin. You can't be a normal person. 7:84, 11:37 p.m., Derek Pedrin. Everything is always a fight. 7:85, 11:37 p.m., Derek Pedrin. Everything. 7:86, 11:37 p.m., Josie Dikeman. Either come here or lose me.
Moving to page 4 of Exhibit 140.
7:87 at 11:38 p.m., Josie Dikeman. Don't want to fight. 7:88, 11:38 p.m., Derek Pedrin. You always got to be the victim or one up. 7:89, 11:38 p.m., Josie Dikeman. Only love you. 7:90, 11:38 p.m., Josie Dikeman. LOL, okay. 7:91, 11:38 p.m. by Derek Pedrin. Laugh. 7:92 at 11:38 p.m., Josie Dikeman. You are running out of time. 7:93, 11:38 p.m., Derek Pedrin, IDC. 7:94 at 11:38 p.m., Josie Dikeman. Clearly, you are not coming. 7:95, 11:38 p.m., Derek Pedrin. It's not funny to me. 7:96, 11:38, Derek Pedrin. I'm serious. 7:97, 11:39 p.m., Derek Pedrin. Actually, you are. 7:98, 11:39 p.m., Josie Dikeman. Good, no. 7:99, 11:39 p.m., Josie Dikeman. Night. 800, 11:39 p.m., from Derek Pedrin. Treat me good and stop making me mad in purpose.
Moving on to page 5 of 140.
8:02, 11:39 p.m., Josie Dikeman. I'll leave stick out a door till midnight, dude. 8:03, 11:39 p.m., Derek Pedrin. Be an adult. 8:04, 11:39 p.m., Derek Pedrin. Good for you. 8:05, 11:39 p.m., Derek Pedrin. You want me there? Talk to me right. 8:06 at 11:40 p.m., Josie Dikeman. You want my love? Come get it. 8:09, 11:40 p.m., Derek Pedrin. show me first. 8:12, 11:40 p.m., Josie Dikeman, it's always something. 8:13, 11:40 p.m., Derek Pedrin, this is how you love, LOL. 8:14, 11:40 p.m., Josie Dikeman, 20 minutes. 8:15, 11:40 p.m., Derek Pedrin, pretty shitty. 8:17, 11:44 p.m., Josie Dikeman, I deleted the app since you wanted to bitch, so after midnight, don't text nothing. 8:18 at 11:48 p.m., Josie Dikeman, calling the police then. 8:19, 12:06 a.m. on May 11th of 2023, hey. 8:20, 12:06 a.m., Josie Dikeman, love you.
Last page, Sergeant.
8:21, 12:06 a.m., Josie Dikeman, always will. 8:22, 12:06 a.m., Josie Dikeman, with all my heart. 8:23, 12:07 a.m., Josie Dikeman, just wanted you to know that. 8:24, 12:09 a.m., Josie Dikeman, don't want me to talk now. 8:25 at 12:11 a.m., Josie Dikeman, I'm calling the police. 8:26 at 12:20 a.m., Josie Dikeman, you sure it's not Jenna? 8:27, 12:20 a.m., Josie Dikeman, I wanted you tonight and you ruined it. 8:28, 12:21 a.m., Josie Dikeman, I have feelings too. 8:29, 12:29 a.m., Josie Dikeman, whatever, good night. 8:30, 12:30 a.m., Josie Dikeman, I'll send you the new number I made to talk about kids. 8:31, 12:32 a.m., Josie Dikeman, IDK when I need time. 8:32, 12:33 p.m. from Derek Pedrin, wow, K. 8:33, 12:36 a.m. from Josie Dikeman, love you. 8:34, 12:36 p.m., Josie Dikeman, sorry we couldn't be together.
Sergeant, these messages would have been after Ms. Dikeman found out, or at least after she had messaged Mr. Pedrin about him recording their calls, correct?
Yes.
And this would have been after she had already threatened to release videos of him?
Yes.
She mentions Jenna in these messages, correct?
At one point, yes.
And are there several messages within this time frame of April or May 2023 where Ms. Dikeman is asking Mr. Pedrin if he's in a relationship with Jenna?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to the very last thing here, Sergeant. If I can have you look at Exhibit 141, please. I'm reviewing this with you today because I wasn't fast enough. We were watching the body cam last week, but is this a still frame from the body cam that you were wearing on the 11th of February when you were processing the scene?
Yes.
And is this particular still frame from the timestamp 3 minutes and 21 seconds?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the body cam or the view that your body cam had at that time?
Yes.
I'm going to move on now to Exhibit 142. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is a photo from the front door of Major's bedroom.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of how the room looked on the day you were processing the scene?
Yes.
And then if I can have you look at Exhibit 143, is this a photo that was taken as part of the TRU mapping process?
Yes.
As part of that process that they snap hundreds and hundreds of photos of the inside of a house if they're mapping it?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of that residence on the 14th of February when they were doing that process?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibits 141 through 143 and request to publish.
No objection.
To receive, publish.
We had them in Discovery. Copy in.
I'll take that.
Okay. Remind us here, Sergeant, what are we looking at in Exhibit 141?
On the left-hand side of the screen, this is the red sheet that Josie Dikeman would use to conceal the opening to her bedroom. A couple coffee stands there, or coffee trays. This is the clothing bedroom that was referred to, and this is the front door to Major's bedroom with Deputy Jar looking younger than he is now.
So you're standing in the approximate location of where the curtain was hung over Ms. Dikeman's bedroom door, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
You're standing in this shot in the approximate area where the curtain is for Ms. Dikeman's bedroom door.
That's correct.
And facing Deputy Jar, who's in Major's room.
He's at the entrance of the doorway to Major's room, yes.
Then moving on to Exhibit 142. And you tell the jury what we're looking at here.
That's me standing at the threshold to Major's bedroom. You can see the door's a left hinge. The door swung open and just a straight picture into the room. This area here is Major's bed, and then you can kind of see a dresser-like, and then a different picture, there's actually a little TV over here, because there are walls there going this way.
You can tell me where the lamp is positioned in relation to the rest of the items in the room?
It's like right here by the closet. So this was a bifold closet door. It's partially open, and the lamp is right there by the entrance of that.
But that doorway is open all the way, correct?
This is the front door to Major's room, which is all the way open.
And the lamp is behind that door, facially in the room?
Correct.
Moving to Exhibit 143, Sergeant, what are we looking at here?
This is a view from just inside of Major's bedroom, looking towards the opening to Miss Dikeman's bedroom. So you can see the red sheet here. The sheet's pulled up about halfway. You can see some of the items next to her be the left-hand side of the bed, like that dresser nightstand thing. These are the two coffee table things I was talking about, TV trays. You will notice that in this picture, it's different than in the previous picture because this electronic pad is not there on February 11th. Also missing is the gummies for the sleep aid. That's gone, but then the nap pad is there. So that's why the pictures are a little bit different. And then this is the lamp that we could see in Major's room from the previous picture.
So from this perspective, in the photo, we see both that door fully opened and also the lamp in the room, correct?
Correct.
And from that angle, you can see the doorway of Ms. Dikeman's room.
Well, you can see into Miss Dikeman's room, not just the doorway.
Thank you, Sergeant. I'm finished.
The court exhibits then, or?
Okay. Why don't we, just a second.
Those are ours. Okay.
Are you done with?
I am, Judge. Yes,
Okay.
we're done.
Why don't we take a morning break for 10, 15 minutes, whatever you need. We'll see you after the break. So let's just take a break, see you back about 10 after, 10:15.
Bring those through.
all his exhibits are still here that we need? Do we leave them, do we give them back?
No, they'll have to come to me, but I don't know if I might just leave them there for right now in case they
Okay.
reference them.
You can have that more. Well, he's gonna come back that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Transcript ready to go.
Yeah.
That marked.
So, oh, Mr. Bowles is not here yet. All the parties are present. I just want to let you know that I'm thinking the next couple days, I'm not going to do it today because I don't want to surprise the jury, is that we would go later on Tuesday and Wednesday to maybe 6. I don't usually like to do that. It's a problem with personnel and some other things. But given where we're at right now, I see if there's some way we can maybe have this concluded this week. But, you know, to be fair to everybody, I don't want to, I know you have to get through things. I'm not trying to rush it that much, but I wanted that, let's try not to be too redundant is what I'm asking. Having said that, anything we need to bring up from the state's perspective right now?
No, Judge.
No. And Mr. Zacher, anything?
Just for the record, we maintain in particular our confrontation objection that these messages could have been presented with Mr. Pedrin during a time frame when I would have been able to cross-examine him about the context and their content. And since he's testified, we've been present throughout this testimony. We've lost that opportunity.
Your Honor, I believe if we had tried to present them with Mr. Pedrin, they would have been hearsay. So I think that's another.
Yeah, they are not being, what he has said, and I can reiterate this to the jury, I'll let the cross-examination happen, but no, again, I think it was somewhat of a contextual question about how do you talk about these conversations, because clearly statements by Ms. Dikeman, had you read them, they would have been out of context. They wouldn't have made a lot of sense. So that's why I allowed them, but they're not being offered for the truth of anything he's saying in those, and I'll reiterate that. The other thing is there's this continuing objection about discovery, about the fact that tables were made from the discovery. I just want to make sure I understand, Mr. Zacher, that it's not that you didn't receive the Cellbrite information, it's that you didn't have those tables that were developed. Is that correct?
That's correct, and just like some of these other ones where there's 1,000+ messages, we didn't get any chance to check it and make sure that it's an accurate representation.
Okay. I think that's an issue if, you know, in the future, if that was true, we'd have to deal with that at some point in time. But for right now, let's move forward. Anything else? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Why don't you come up and have a seat, and let's bring the jury in. All right, everybody may have a seat, and we'll start with a cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Zacher.
Thank you. So, Sergeant, I am not going to go through the same content I did with Lieutenant Williams about the process of a good investigation, but did you agree with Lieutenant Williams' answers to those questions?
For the most part, yes.
Now, Sergeant, at this point, it appears that you are the lead investigator on this case. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say that I'm the lead investigator. I'm part of a investigative team that we have.
Who's the lead investigator?
I'm the last man standing of the group that started the original investigation.
Okay. In other words, Lieutenant Williams was not involved with this case after a couple of months, correct?
Correct.
And the former captain of your department is now the sheriff, is that correct?
Correct.
So, and Investigator Leinfelder has since retired,
Correct.
as has Investigator Valencia?
Yes.
So you are the sole remaining Sheriff's Department investigator involved in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
Who was in charge at DCI?
Mike Haverly?
All right. And do you agree with Special Agent Haverly that the Sheriff's Department gets the lead in this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Making you effectively the lead investigator at this point, is that correct?
Sure.
All right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the process involved in that. In that capacity, have you reviewed all of the police reports from the Sheriff's Department and the Division of Criminal Investigation?
I have not.
Are you aware whether anybody has reviewed all of the police reports from the Sheriff's Department and DCI?
I would say the District Attorney's Office.
Okay. So there's no investigator that you're aware of that's been fully briefed on every aspect of this case?
Correct.
Now, do you agree with Lieutenant Williams that it's important to keep up to date on what other investigators have done in the course of an investigation?
Yes.
Because that's how you ensure that you're not missing things in the course of your investigation.
Yes.
All right. I want to start where the state started yesterday with Investigator Leinfelder's comments about thinking like defense attorneys. This is something that you testified you were familiar with from his September 8th interview. Is that correct?
I recall the conversation, yes.
Do you agree with Lieutenant Williams that those comments were not proper?
I don't think they were improper.
Not something you would necessarily say to a witness if they have more information to give. Is that fair to say?
I guess I would have to have the whole contextual part of it, not just one sentence.
Now, that September 8th meeting that you reviewed was contained only on a body camera and then a transcription. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure.
In other words, you don't claim to have seen a police report on that interview of Mr. Pedrin. Is that correct?
Correct.
Generally speaking, if police were to interview a witness who admitted that they were a source of drugs that may have killed a child, that is something that should be documented in a police report. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if somebody refused to produce a cell phone, that is something that should be documented in a police report. Is that correct?
It depends on the context of refusing to produce a cell phone.
If somebody were to tell investigators that they had the same cell phone during the time frame of an offense, still on their person, were still using it, but then later claimed to have broken the cell phone in the same interview, you document that, correct?
I think I would note that, yes.
And to your knowledge, there was never a police report produced of that September 8th meeting. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Now, you're aware that Investigator Leinfelder and I believe Special Agent Frederick also met with Mr. Pedrin on February 21st.
It would be Adam Fredrickson.
Fredrickson, okay.
Special Agent, yes.
All right. Who else was present for that meeting?
I don't know.
Sergeant, do you agree that in that meeting that Investigator Leinfelder used the same language with Mr. Pedrin, that you need to think like defense attorneys?
I don't know.
Mark copy up here. All right. Page 58. So I'm showing you what's been marked as 267, Investigator, page 58. I'm going to have you read the 3 bottom paragraphs here. On the same page here. And then over to the edge of 59. Looks like there's just a half paragraph difference between our transcript and the state's.
Okay.
All right. So it appears that Mr. Pedrin was present at that meeting with his mother, Brenda McCormick.
I didn't read that part until you had me refresh.
Okay, sure. There are some initials in there for BM. Is that correct?
Like me to go back to the beginning and look?
Yeah, you can look at the very beginning. Should be on the top page there.
There are initials for BM, yes. Brenda McCormick.
Brenda McCormick, thank you. All right, so back on page 58. Here's that Mr. Pedrin on February 21st asked how long it was going to take for she to get into trouble. Is that correct?
Yes.
And presumably she, in this context, is Josie Dikeman.
That's fair.
Now, after that, Investigator Leinfelder responds that, in part, that they have more investigation to do because you want to get it right, correct?
Correct.
And then says that, and I'm quoting here, quote, the way that you can eliminate that, you know, we have to do a lot of thinking like we're a criminal defense attorney, and then like that to make sure we're doing everything, ruling everything out until we can, you know, we look at this big picture and we, you know, we eventually bring it into this is what we have. That takes time, sometimes especially with talks, it takes longer. So, did I read that correctly?
I lost you in there, but it sounds accurate.
And Mr. Pedrin interjects briefly again and says something to the effect of what of?
Yes.
And after that, Investigator Leinfelder once more tells him that in order to have your best shot, they have to effectively defense-proof the case and do it the right way. Is that correct?
No. When you say Investigator Leinfelder completed a full explanation, then Derek Pedrin said, what of? Fritz Leinfelder then says, I wish I could give you a better answer than that, but I can't.
And the following paragraph, Sergeant, do you see that language?
Yes.
And in that paragraph, does Investigator Leinfelder tell Mr. Pedrin, in part, I can read the entire paragraph here.
Your Honor, just for the record, I believe this is actually Adam Frederickson's statement.
I think it was Leinfelder, but I'll just ask law enforcement at that meeting tells Mr. Pedrin, I can give you a real life example, and I just did, and it's still kind of ongoing, but it took us almost, and I think and I hope I'm not wrong on this, but I want to say it was close to 8 months before we made an arrest, and the reason why it took so long is exactly what Fritz is telling you, that, correct, that would be Ann Frederick then. But what I wanted to, we get one shot at this, right, to be able to get all the data and everything to make the best case essentially defense proof and do everything right and get everything the right way. And when we're, end quote, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And Ms. McCormick interjects at the end there, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is
Your
that
Honor,
correct?
object to that last one as being.
Sustain.
All right. Derek Pedrin ruled out as a suspect as of February 21st of 2023.
No.
It's clear from this part of the conversation, at least, that they're talking about Josie being a suspect in Alex's death. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you're meeting with or law enforcement is meeting with Mr. Pedrin and his mother discussing that prospect. Is that fair?
Yes.
So, all right. Investigator, is it proper to share the results of scientific and medical testing with somebody who is still a suspect?
Depends on the context. It could be proper.
So, for instance, if you're confronting somebody in interrogation with an inconsistent fact, that's one area where you might do it, correct?
Yes.
But if somebody is simply a suspect that you're looking into and as somebody who caused the death of a child, generally speaking, you're not going to release information about medical, toxicology, or other scientific testing results to that suspect in a casual interview like this.
Once again, it's the context of it.
You're aware, Sergeant, that throughout the course of this investigation, investigators shared with Mr. Pedrin medical and autopsy results?
At different points, yes.
Shared toxicology results?
I believe when they became available, yes.
Shared results of shared the fact that they were interviewing other specific witnesses?
I don't know about that one.
Sure. And this was all in the time frame that Mr. Pedrin was still considered a suspect. Is that correct?
Which time are you talking about specifically?
You agree that this information was shared with Mr. Pedrin before Ms. Dikeman was identified as the suspect?
Yeah, I'm quite certain we shared information like that as the father of the deceased, yes.
At what point in your investigation did Mr. Pedrin cease being a suspect?
I think we can always look at once the district attorney had filed the criminal complaint, we've had the preliminary hearing, but we're always open to new information that no case is truly closed.
Investigator, are you saying that Mr. Pedrin is not considered a suspect at this point?
No.
That was a poorly phrased question. I want to make sure I get this right. Does your department consider Mr. Pedrin a suspect in the chain of events leading to Alexavier's death at this point?
Can you explain what you mean by chain of events?
Does your department consider Mr. Pedrin to be a suspect in the source of the Xanax that led to Alexavier's death?
I think in this situation, we are open to whatever information we can find out. So Mr. Pedrin, as far as I'm concerned, is not totally in the clear. That's up to the district attorney's office.
Does the department consider Mr. Pedrin a suspect as somebody who could have caused Alexavier's injuries at this point?
I would say no.
All right. And you stopped considering him a suspect for that at the time that the criminal complaint was filed?
Well, we had a preliminary hearing. I think when you start looking at the totality of the facts, at some point you have to move on, yes.
Okay, so right around the time of the preliminary hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
And Sergeant, generally speaking, a preliminary hearing happens within 10 days of the filing of the criminal complaint?
It can.
Sure. So I want to talk a little bit about the department's investigative theory here. So my understanding from the testimony throughout this trial is that the theory is that after Mr. Pedrin was arrested around 7:30, Ms. Dikeman snapped, beat Alexavier severely, and then gave him Xanax and staged the scene to make it look like an overdose. Did I summarize the department's theory accurately?
I think that summarizes the working theory, yes.
All right. You said working theory. Are there other theories that have been considered along the way?
Certainly.
Sure. And you agree that under the context of what we know here, Ms. Dikeman would have had to do that in the presence of at least one, possibly two other children. Is that fair?
There were one or two other children at the residence, yes.
You sat through all the testimony in this case as the state's court officer, correct?
Correct.
And you recall seeing the photographs of Josie and Brantley in bed around 9:15, I believe?
On which day?
On February 10th?
Yes.
Appeared to be that Brantley and Josie were laying on the same surface in that photo?
Yes.
And you heard Brantley's testimony that at the very least Araya spent time downstairs in Josie's bedroom. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And presumably at least one, if not both children, would have been in a position to observe this severe beating that Alex would have received after 7:30. Is that fair?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
If they were awake and present, yes.
All right. So did you or any other investigator question why Ms. Dikeman would do something like this?
Of course.
Because your knowledge is that she was basically a stepmother to Alexavier for several years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Pedrin himself told you that Josie never touched those kids in an abusive manner.
Derek Pedrin states that he did not observe Josie Dikeman cause physical harm to the children.
There's no reason to believe from any of those text messages that we saw in the State's Direct that Josie was upset or angry with Alex or any of the kids on February 10th. Is that correct?
From the text messages that were shown, I think that's plausible.
And you knew from the text messages that you reviewed that Josie wasn't feeling particularly well that day. Is that correct?
I don't recall that specifically.
You recall reviewing text messages between Josie and Laura Lee Raines indicating that she had a urinary tract infection and wanted an antibiotic to help take care of that?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
Now, later in the evening, we heard from Laura Lee Raines that there was a series of calls, a Facebook Messenger call, and then a telephone call where she talked to Josie. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And in those calls, you'd learned of no facts that indicated that Josie was angry or upset with Alex or any of the kids. Is that correct?
Other than Laura Lee Raines stating she could hear Josie telling Alex to go to sleep, to go to bed, in that context?
Not uncommon for a parent to tell a child at 10:45 p.m. that you need to go to sleep. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
All right. And you knew that Josie had plans the next day for a first date with this man, Rafael Porfirio.
We did learn that, yes.
And in fact, there were some rather extensive text messages between Josie and Mr. Porfirio that the two of you, or that you testified to on direct examination. Is that correct?
Correct.
And generally speaking, those were flirty type text messages?
Yeah, flirty, get to know someone, yes.
Nothing about those text messages indicated that Ms. Dikeman was feeling angry or homicidal. Is that correct?
That's fair.
And I think between the two exhibits, I counted, I believe, 164 total text messages between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Porfirio in the time frame between about approximately 6:30 and about 2 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't have that exhibit in front of me, so.
We'll go back to it in a second, but take my word for it that there were a lot of them.
Sure, absolutely.
And those text messages were fairly consistent throughout the evening. Is that fair to say?
No, there was breaks in the messages. It wasn't, I guess, how would I put that? It wasn't in a frequency there. Every 2 minutes there was a text message. There were breaks in them.
I agree, but like sometimes these messages were all within the same minute, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes these messages were 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes apart. Is that correct?
Correct.
At one point, Ms. Dikeman says that she needs to take a shower. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then we see a break of, I believe, 20 minutes between the first and the second batch of text messages. Is that correct?
No, I think it's about 45.
45, sure. And she was also texting with Laura Lee Raines during that same evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, those text messages were ordinary texts that people send back and forth to their friends. Is that right?
They seem to be, yes.
And in the course of that, there was nothing in her text messages to Laura Lee Raines that indicated she was angry or upset with Alexavier. Is that correct?
I don't believe there's anything specific, no.
Now, in the course of those, in the course of this, Ms. Dikeman also reaches out to Derek's mother, Ms. McCormick, to let her know that Derek had been arrested. Is that correct?
I don't remember specifically, but it would sound likely.
And we know that Josie took a jail call from Mr. Pedrin once he was brought into the La Crosse County Jail. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You've listened to that call?
I have not.
Nothing about the call or how it's been described to you anyways would lead you to believe that Josie was upset or angry with Alex over his father's circumstances.
Not that was noted, no.
All right. So, am I correct in assuming that there's been no police report authored or no other document authored that identifies any apparent motive for Josie to want to kill Alexavier that night?
I wouldn't say that. I know that there was bad blood between Josie Dikeman and Jenna Love, and there was tensions in the relationship between Derek Pedrin and Josie Dikeman because Jenna Love was coming back into the picture.
Okay, so that's
there was.
That's the motive that you're offering, is that she was jealous of Jenna Love?
I wasn't finished with my answer, but.
Sure, go ahead.
But that there was tensions in the relationship with Jenna Love coming back in. Alexavier Pedrin was not Josie Dikeman's biological son. So we did note that these tensions started towards the release of Jenna Love from prison.
So that's the motive that you're offering here today, is that this was tension over Jenna being released from prison, and that's why Josie killed Alex.
I don't know that that's a motive. That's factors that we have to take into account of, during the investigation.
Sure. Do you agree that no investigator in the course of this case wrote a police report suggesting that this would be the motive for her to kill Alex?
Well, I think there's plenty of police reports documenting the tensions and conflict between Josie Dikeman and Jenna Love, going back as far as we even got the police reports from Joplin, Missouri, where there was an altercation. So we tried to gather all the evidence and learn all the circumstances we could in this investigation.
Sure. Well, I mean, it wasn't an altercation. Ms. Dikeman was assaulted with a baseball bat, correct?
Yes.
Hit on the head with a baseball bat?
Yes.
By Jenna Love?
Yes.
Now, watched some of the videos and saw some of the text messages between Josie and Derek towards the end of Alex's life in the course of this trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall seeing on multiple videos, Sergeant, that Ms. Dikeman told Derek that Jenna was getting out, you can go be with her, or something to that effect.
There was messages with similar content, yes.
Didn't appear to be jealous and controlling of Derek in those videos or those messages. Is that correct?
I wouldn't categorize it that way, no.
You recall seeing other text messages where Ms. Dikeman makes clear to Mr. Pedrin that she wasn't interested in fixing their relationship because of his abuse.
I recall some of those, yes.
So I want to talk to you about another theory that was a working theory back in February. You yourself, Sergeant, issued a search warrant application to Verizon on February 27th of 2023. Is that correct?
Sounds accurate, yes.
And in that search warrant application, the crime that you stated you were investigating was negligent homicide. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Didn't say anything about intentional homicide in that search warrant application. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did not say anything about child abuse causing death in that search warrant application. Is that correct?
I don't believe it did.
Sure. Now, you agree, and I assume that you agree that with Special Agent Haverly that Mr. Pedrin was appropriately treated as a suspect?
Could you repeat the question?
Do you agree with Special Agent Haverly that Mr. Pedrin should be treated as a suspect or a person of interest under these circumstances?
Certainly.
Sure. And in the course of your investigation, you knew that Mr. Pedrin was violent with others inside of that home. Is that correct?
I knew of prior domestic abuse incidents between Derek Pedrin and Josie Dikeman.
You knew that he was on criminal bond at the time of this incident for battering and strangling Ms. Dikeman.
I don't know about the strangulation, but I know of the battery.
And when somebody has a domestic history like that, it's very fair to ask yourself the question whether or not he's capable of harming children as well.
I think in this type of investigation, we want to see if any adult that's capable of harming a child, yes.
You agree with Lieutenant Williams' testimony earlier in this case that Mr. Pedrin had lied to him at the outset of the investigation about his communications with Ms. Dikeman.
Can I object to vagueness here? If you can have the subject matter about the lie.
So you were present when Lieutenant Williams testified, is that correct?
Yes.
And Lieutenant Williams testified that Mr. Pedrin initially told him that he was done with Josie and wanted nothing to do with her, correct?
I don't recall that specific statement.
Do you recall Lieutenant Williams testifying that after a brief search of Ms. Dikeman's text messages that it was apparent that Mr. Pedrin had lied to him?
He may have said that, yes.
So this is somebody that with a known history of violence that told at least one lie to law enforcement. Is that correct?
Who are you referring to when you say he?
Mr. Pedrin.
Yes.
All right. Certainly appropriate to examine him as a suspect.
Yes.
I want to talk about your interview of Laura Lee Raines. My understanding is that you and I believe Special Agent Greeno interviewed Ms. Raines.
No.
Who was involved in the interview of Ms. Raines?
Special Agent Haverly and I interviewed Ms. Raines.
My apology. And this was a pretty important witness for this case, is that correct?
All witnesses are important.
But this is a witness who claimed to have heard Alex talking about getting into things shortly before he died, is that correct?
Yes.
This is somebody who could tell you about Josie's state of mind and what she was saying and doing shortly before Alexavier's death, is that correct?
Correct, within the hours between the conversation and the call, yes.
And you wrote a 5-page report documenting your interview with Ms. Raines, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you agree that a report should be thorough, accurate, and complete.
Yes,
That it should contain all the relevant details of the case, whether or not they are helpful or unhelpful to your working theory.
reports and reports in these interviews are generally summaries because we always try to record them.
Okay. And if you have something that you missed or you needed to include, you can certainly author a supplemental or an amended report. Is that correct?
I could.
Now, Sergeant, before we do this, the Sheriff's Department tends to include all investigative reports in the same set of discovery. Is that fair? In other words, it's one running report with everybody's entries?
Yes.
We're out of staples, but I'll take it. Copy, Emily? So I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 268. It starts on, we have it date stamped at LCSO 25, but really what we're talking about starts on page 26. Just give that a quick glance. Let me know if that's your report.
Yes.
All right. And this is your summary of your interview with Laura Lee Raines.
Correct.
I want to talk about some of what you did and did not include in your report. You had a body-worn camera activated during this interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
So and you're aware that what you were talking to Ms. Raines about was transcribed into a transcript?
Yes.
All right. So what you included in your report was that Ms. Raines told you that she's never seen Josie lay a hand on those kids. Is that correct? Page 29.
Your Honor, I object to hearsay
It's not here. I'm questioning the investigative methods here, Judge.
about Ms. Raines's exact statement.
This is, overruled, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter, it's being offered for what the investigation did. Go ahead.
Can you tell me where that's at?
Page 29.
Can you give me an idea of paragraph?
Page 29. If you want to give it a chance to read it, you can.
I didn't see that statement in there on page 29.
That is a statement that should be included in a police report. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I guess I'm confused on what the question is right now, as if it should be included or if it was included.
All right. Actually, Sergeant, very top line. 29. My apologies.
What's your question, sir?
Ms. Raines told you that she's never seen Josie treat the children poorly. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's an important thing to include in a police report, correct?
Yes.
Along the same line, she describes Derek's treatment of the children as, quote, bad. Did you include that in your police report?
Yeah, these are, I think, being offered as statements that would be
Overruled for the
hearsay.
same reason. It's the issue of why they focused on one individual, not the other. Go ahead.
Yes, that completes the sentence that I wrote.
You agree with me, Investigator, that neither you nor Special Agent Haverly asked Ms. Raines what she meant when she said that Derek treated the children bad?
There's nothing expanded on that, no.
Okay. Nobody ever asked that question, is that correct?
Not that I recall.
Be pretty important to know what she meant by that. Would you agree with me?
Well, I think you have to take the whole context of the interview with Laura Lee Raines that Derek is a bad parent.
Well, she said that Derek treated the kids bad. Is that correct?
I believe that's what she said, yes.
And is it your testimony that you didn't want to know what she meant by that when she gave you that information?
No. Contextually throughout the whole interview, I think I can draw the inference on what she means by bad.
Nobody ever asked her if that meant that Derek was hitting the kids. Is that correct?
Laura Lee Raines never disclosed that Derek was hitting the kids.
And nobody asked her that. Is that correct?
We did ask a lot of questions in this interview, so I would say yes, we asked those questions.
Sergeant, if I told you that that appears nowhere in the transcribed interview, do you believe that you asked her whether or not Derek was hurting the kids?
I believe I asked her how Derek treated the kids, yes.
And her response was bad.
Yes.
All right. So one of the items that you did not include in your report was Ms. Raines telling you that Derek treated Alex poorly, quote, a lot.
I would have to see the transcript.
Sure.
Wait till we get a copy, please.
Sure.
Have a copy.
So, Sergeant, I'm showing what's been marked as Exhibit 269. Pointing you to page 1, I'm going to have you start at line 30 and read through line 33 to yourself.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
All right. And during that interview, Ms. Raines was asked, does Josie treat Alexavier differently than the other kids? And her response was, I honestly never seen her treat him bad. I saw Derek treat him bad. I mean, like a lot. I know that he would get in trouble, but they all go in trouble. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Important statement about Josie and Derek's treatment of Alexavier. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, under the rule of completeness, I'd ask that the transcript be read through line 37.
Okay, go ahead.
Agent Haverly says, okay, and then Ms. Raines says, but I never seen it personally at all. Is that correct?
Yes.
But earlier in there, she's telling you herself, I saw Derek treat him bad, correct?
Yes,
You agree that these remarks do not appear in your police summary of that interview?
I believe the quoted question from Special Agent Haverly does not appear in my report.
Or Ms. Raines' response about never seeing Josie treat the children bad, but seeing Derek treat Alex bad?
Your Honor, I believe that is in his report.
I believe it is.
That specific response was not included, is that correct?
I don't think I quoted her response, but I think my report is clear that Derek did not treat the children well.
And Ms. Raines told you that throughout her interview that Derek treated Alex poorly, is that correct?
I don't think that's a fair assessment on the interview that she says it throughout. There's a lot of other questions and things we asked in this interview.
She says it more than once, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, it didn't include comments Ms. Raines made about her son witnessing the stair fall in breaking Alex's leg, is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Sure. Do you agree that those remarks appear nowhere in your report?
I would have to review my entire report. I don't know.
I told you that it's not there. Any reason to doubt that?
No.
All right. So, if Ms. Raines identified a witness to this stair fall, is it your obligation to try and interview that witness?
Sure.
Do you agree that nobody interviewed Ms. Raines' son about whether or not he saw this stair fall?
And I do believe that there was something about Mrs. Raines' son not being a good witness or something similar to that, I think she said as well. Some sort of special needs or something, maybe.
Okay. My point is nobody tried talking to him to see if he could describe that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. So one of the facts that you did include, and this is offered for purposes of impeaching Ms. Raines, Your Honor, prior inconsistent statement, is that she reported to you that Josie wanted to take Alex into the hospital the night of the birthday party. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at my report.
Your Honor, I believe she did testify that Ms. Dikeman wanted to take Alex in that day.
So everybody agrees that she knew that Ms. Dikeman wanted to take Alex in that day?
If the state concedes that Ms. Dikeman told Laura Lee Raines that she wanted to take Alex into the hospital, but Derek did not the evening of the birthday party, I will move on.
I stipulate that that was the testimony of Ms. Raines. That's what she stated, Your Honor, yes.
All right.
Okay, move on then.
All right. Now, Ms. Raines said nothing to you during this interview about Josie watching at the bedroom window with glee as Derek was beaten up outside. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
She said nothing to you in this interview about Josie laughing and saying that he's getting what's coming to him or something to that effect when he's getting beaten up. Is that correct?
I don't recall that statement, no.
The type of thing you would put in your police report had you received that information, correct?
Probably, yes.
And to this day, nobody has interviewed Mr. or Ms. Raines about what she meant when she said that Derek treated Alex poorly a lot. Is that correct?
We did a lot of investigation to find out who was treating Alex poorly.
Well, I'm asking, to your knowledge, as the lead investigator here, nobody has asked her what she meant when she said that Derek treated Alex poorly a lot.
The content of the report describes why she describes Derek treating Alex poorly.
Nobody's asked her whether or not Derek was hitting the kids.
I believe there was a commenter that she has not seen anything with Derek hitting the kids.
Well, that wasn't the remark, Sergeant. Nobody's asked her what she meant by, what is bad treatment.
Asked and answered, Your Honor. Objection.
Staying.
All right. So you did include some comments in that police report that painted Josie in a poor light. Is that correct?
I just put in the statements that I received.
You included a line from somebody who wasn't even a witness commenting on Josie's traumatic brain injuries. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question?
So Laura Lee's aunt was present for that interview. Is that correct?
She was present, but did not fully participate, correct?
But you chose to, and she's not a witness to any of this. Do you agree with that?
I would agree.
You chose to include her comments, though, that painted Josie in a poor light. Is that correct?
No?
You included a line in your police report that Laura Lee's aunt wouldn't let Josie watch her dog. Is that correct?
Yes?
And that that remark has nothing to do at all with the investigation. Is that correct?
I would say that's applicable. If somebody doesn't trust them with their dog, they wouldn't trust them with their kids.
Well, this is somebody that doesn't even know Josie, to your knowledge. Is that correct?
She must know something to be able to make a statement like that.
And you're including that comment, but not including a discussion of what Laura Lee meant when she said that Derek was the one who was treating the children poorly.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Move on.
All right. Sergeant, if facts that were favorable to Ms. Dikeman were omitted from your report, can we agree that the report was not thorough, accurate, and complete?
No.
So, one of the things that you learned from Ms. Raines is that she had videos that Josie had sent her of Mr. Pedrin being abusive in the home. Is that correct?
She referenced receiving a video, a singular video from Josie Dikeman.
Certainly something that you wanted to get a hold of in the course of this investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
And she sent you an email attachment that, for whatever reason, you weren't able to open?
Correct.
And the follow-up decision was to send out Investigator Valencia to try and retrieve this attachment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that Investigator Valencia decided not to do so because the download was taking him too long. Is that correct?
I recall Sergeant Valencia having Investigator Hogg from the Home and Police Department with a mobile Celebrate program and try to download Laura Lee Raines' phone, and that due to her time constraints, they couldn't get it all done because it was going to take a very long time to get all of the video content and how much memory was on the phone.
There was no follow-up attempt to try and get that video after that attempt. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. Based on the dates of the police reports and the emails, I believe that this is misconstruing the facts related to when the phone download was attempted and the email was sent.
Was the email sent after the download?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. And even the email after the download, you weren't able to open that up. Is that correct?
Correct.
After that point, nobody attempted to recover this video that Laura Lee Raines told you Josie had sent you of these circumstances.
That is incorrect.
Which investigator went out to recover that video from Ms. Raines after the email?
We recovered the video after we did the Google search warrant and got it that way.
You're assuming that this is the same video she was referring to.
Yes.
Nobody went back and showed Ms. Raines the video from the Google search warrant and said, is this the one?
No.
You agree that that video should have been recovered in the course of this investigation?
It was recovered.
A video from Google was recovered, not from Ms. Raines' phone. Is that correct?
It's an email showing in the file being emailed from Josie Dikeman to Laura Lee Raines. And the information we have is the same video.
You're aware that Ms. Dikeman had reported to investigators that she frequently sent videos to Laura Lee Raines of behavior in the home?
Ms. Dikeman said that?
Yes.
To who?
To multiple people. Mr. Pedrin, for instance. You're familiar with the recordings?
I saw the recordings that were played in court, but I don't know who Ms. Dikeman is referring to that sent these videos to who.
I mean, let's start with those recordings then. Like one of those recordings, Ms. Dikeman said that she sent the video to Laura Lee of Mr. Pedrin threatening to kill her early in the day. Do you recall that?
Which video are you talking about so I make sure I'm being accurate for you?
This is the video where Major is hiding in the closet and Mr. Pedrin assaults Ms. Dikeman at the end of the video.
The videos that we recovered from Ms. Dikeman's phone you're talking about?
This is the video that we watched in court in this trial. Do you recall seeing that?
I recall seeing that video.
Okay, and do you recall Ms. Dikeman saying out loud that you already threatened to kill me that day? That video's been sent to Laura Lee.
I would have to watch the video again. I don't recall that specific.
Do you agree that if Ms. Raines had content like that, Mr. Pedrin behaving abusively in other circumstances, that would be relevant information to obtain in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And you agree that because the Cellbrite download was taking too long, the full content of Ms. Raines' phone was never downloaded?
Correct.
Now, you're aware that Mr. Pedrin and Ms. Raines have since gotten married?
Yes.
When did you learn of that?
I think it was during trial prep I learned about that.
Did anybody think to question either of them about why two people who said they didn't like each other would suddenly get married under these circumstances?
Well, I think you're bringing it into a very short context. This is over a period of 3 years since this incident happened, and I think people change, and a common tragedy might bring two people together. I don't know the answer to that. You'd have to ask them.
In other words, you didn't ask them?
I didn't know about it until trial prep. I was shocked.
Sergeant, would it strike you as suspicious if the parties had told others that they were getting married with the apparent goal of excluding certain testimony at trial?
Objection hearsay.
I'm asking this as a hypothetical in the investigation, Judge.
Okay, hypothetical, go ahead.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Would it be suspicious in your mind if witnesses told others that they were getting married for the purpose of trying to exclude testimony from a criminal trial here?
I would want to know more about that, yes.
Because that is not a good reason to get married. Fair?
You can get married for a lot of reasons. I'm not going to question motives on why people get married.
So let's talk about the video with Alex. You know the one I'm talking about in the vehicle that we've seen a couple times in trial?
Are you referring to the one in the minivan?
Yes.
Yes, I recall that video.
This is a video that you obtained at some point before Ms. Dikeman was charged in this investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Investigator or Sergeant, do you agree that Mr. Pedrin's conduct in that video was out of line?
I thought his words to his children were very harsh, yes.
And did you hear the sounds of a child coughing or choking in that video when it was played?
I heard sounds of coughing, yes.
Did you hear the sounds of an apparent slap or something being struck when that video was being played?
I heard a noise. I cannot tell you if it was a slap.
Did anybody watch this video before Ms. Dikeman was criminally charged?
I'm certain, yes.
And am I correct in assuming that nobody took this video to Mr. Pedrin and said, "What are you doing to your child?" before this trial?
I believe that was addressed by Agent Fredrickson and Investigator Leinfelder, because Derek Pedrin disclosed that video to them without us even having it.
You agree that that was the September 8th conversation?
No, I believe it was before then. I believe it was the first interview that those two did.
The first interview that they did on the 21st of February?
I believe so.
And if that comment or those remarks are nowhere in that transcript, is it your impression that this conversation happened off of the body camera?
I wouldn't say that, then I would say I'm probably wrong on the date.
Sure. You reviewed the transcript from September 8th, correct?
No,
You've reviewed the body camera from September 8th?
no.
And we've already discussed that there's no police report. Where is your information about September 8th coming from?
I didn't say it was September 8th.
No, you previously offered testimony on this comment made on September 8th about a number of things. The state offered on direct examination that the comment about thinking like defense attorneys was only occurred after Josie was arrested in the September 8th interview. Do you recall having that question asked of you on direct?
Yes,
All right. And your testimony at that time was that you were familiar enough with that interview to say that that was the case, correct?
I answered the question that I knew about, yes.
My question here is, how would you know what was or wasn't said on September 8th if there was no police report, no video, or you didn't watch the video and you didn't review the transcript?
Just investigative knowledge of us conversing, that's it.
All right.
We talk amongst each other.
So you have no idea how this subject of the video came up on September 8th. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I believe his testimony was that he thought the incident was discussed in a previous interview, not in the September 8th interview.
Either way, the question is legitimate. Go ahead, you can ask the question.
You have no idea how that came up in the September 8th meeting.
Can you repeat the question?
You have no idea how the subject of this video of Derek behaving that way in the minivan came up in the meeting between Investigator Leinfelder and Agent Fredrickson on the 8th.
Correct.
Did you read the police report summarizing their interview of Mr. Pedrin on February 21st?
I did not.
Did you review the transcript of that interview on February 21st?
I did not.
Did you watch the body camera of that interview on February 21st?
I did not.
So your knowledge is simply in chatting with Agent Fredrickson and Investigator Leinfelder at certain points of the case. Is that correct?
Correct. We would have team meetings and discuss what we did for the day, who did what interviews, what was learned, and then either the special agents or Investigator Leinfelder, Sergeant Valencia, or I would then author our reports based on what we did. That's how we would do things as a team approach.
Sure. And at the end of the day, who is the one in charge of reading all of these reports?
Well, at the time, it would have been Sergeant Valencia.
Okay. How about after Sergeant Valencia retired?
After Sergeant Valencia retired, then I would read reports.
Okay. And Sounds like there are at least a couple that you did not read in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Is it important to attempt to secure evidence of child abuse if witnesses described videos of child abuse to you?
Can you repeat the question?
If a witness described a video of Mr. Pedrin physically abusing Alex, is it important to try and secure that content?
Yes.
And at least one person in this investigation described to you a video that depicted Mr. Pedrin choking Alex up against a wall.
I believe there was someone that said that, yes.
It was Ms. Ehlers. You're aware of that, correct?
Becky Ehlers sent that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't recall that. I was thinking of someone different, but.
Okay. There's another one we'll talk about in a second. But if that video was described as existing, is it important to try and locate that video?
Yes.
And if Ms. Ehlers told you where the video had been sent to, is it important to interview the person it had been sent to?
Yes.
And if you learned that that person was Laura Lee Raines, would it have been important to try and identify that video and collect it?
Yes.
You agree that no attempt was made to secure this video as Ms. Ehlers described it?
I do not agree with that. We attempted to get the videos from Laura Lee Raines, and then we got the video through Google.
Ms. Raines was never asked about whether or not she had that video that Ms. Ehlers described. Is that correct?
I would have to refer back to my report. I would assume when Ms. Raines was willing to share the video of this, as you described, that's what we got from Ms. Raines.
I'm asking about, did anybody contact Ms. Ehlers or contact Ms. Raines after Ms. Ehlers relayed this information to your department?
Ms. Ehlers was interviewed early on in this investigation. I believe it was February 14th, and we didn't talk to Laura Lee Raines until March, the first part of March.
And in that March interview, do you agree that you were either unaware or didn't think to ask her whether or not she had seen this video of Mr. Pedrin strangling Alex against a wall?
I'm not sure that I recall that specifically about the video of strangling Alex against the wall.
Come to that in a second. Now, do you agree with me that not all conversations with Derek Pedrin were documented in police reports in the course of this investigation?
I would say that's accurate.
There are at least a number of phone calls that we know were not documented in a report or recorded. Is that correct?
With who?
Investigator Leinfelder.
I can't speak to how many phone calls Investigator Leinfelder did or did not get from Derek Pedrin.
When you have a conversation with a witness or an alleged victim, it's important to document that. Is that correct?
It would depend on the content of the conversation, yes.
Does it appear from your review of this record that phone calls between Investigator Leinfelder and Mr. Pedrin were documented?
I'm not sure which ones you're referring to, sir.
Were phone calls a series of phone calls that Investigator Leinfelder mentioned having with Mr. Pedrin before that September 8th meeting documented to your knowledge?
I don't know what Investigator Leinfelder documented, sir.
Okay. If you had seen it, you would know whether or not it was documented. Is that fair?
If I saw it, yes.
Did you review any of Investigator Leinfelder's reports?
I don't recall what reports I reviewed from Investigator Leinfelder, no.
All right. So at some point in investigative theory, or Mr. Pedrin made the claim that Josie was getting Xanax from her mother. Is that fair?
I don't recall that specifically, but I know there was talk about Josie getting Xanaxes, yes.
And that's why you and your team subpoenaed Becky Ehler's medical records, is that correct?
I actually did that, yes.
Yeah. And you learned from Ms. Ehler's medical records that she had never been prescribed alprazolam, is that correct?
Correct.
And had never been dispensed from the Walmart pharmacy in Onalaska, is that correct?
That is correct.
After you learned that reference to be untrue, did anybody confront Mr. Pedrin about why he would say something like that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't think there's anything in the record that reflects in a police report that Mr. Pedrin said that.
His own testimony reflected that, Judge.
I think he did testify to that.
That he got them from Miss Ehlers?
Medications were used generally, but I'll allow him to ask the question. Go ahead.
Nobody asked Mr. Pedrin why he would say something like Josie's getting Xanax from her mother from her pharmacy after you found that to be untrue.
I think you're stating the question poorly, that Derek said that Josie was getting prescription drugs like hydrocodones from her mother.
Well, you recall Mr. Pedrin's testimony earlier in this case?
From a few weeks ago, yes, parts of it.
And you recall him confirming on cross-examination that he had initially said that Josie was getting these medications from her mother?
Your Honor, that wasn't the testimony. That was a question Mr. Decker asked about a statement made in a preliminary hearing, but nothing was ever introduced to Mr. Pedrin showing him that he's made that statement. Testimony at the preliminary hearing was not Mr. Pedrin's testimony.
All right. Just the general question, just follow up. He never said anything about Xanax or anything else. So.
Yeah, nobody followed up with Mr. Pedrin as to, after receiving Ms. Ehler's prescription records. Is that correct?
About what?
About whether or not that lead was an honest lead.
It was an honest lead about the prescription pills, the hydrocodones. I don't reference what you're asking me, sir.
Is Agent Fredrickson somebody that you found to be reliable in the course of your career?
Yes.
Would you expect him to tell the truth if questioned under oath?
Yes.
And did you attend the preliminary examination in this matter?
I did.
And you recall Agent Fredrickson saying that the reason they were looking at...
This is hearsay. Multiple layers of it.
I'm trying to get to the source of where this information...
Sergeant Amundsen, I don't think, is the person to get to the source, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Amundsen doesn't know the source. Apparently,
all right.
There was no lead in the investigation. So,
all right. Mr. Pedrin also claimed that Josie was getting medication from Ted Colkind. Is that correct?
I don't know specifically if it came from Derek, but I did learn during the course of this investigation that she was getting medication from Ted Colkind.
Well, let me ask you this. If I told you that Derek made that claim, any reason to doubt that?
I would like you to know where the claim came from.
During his
Mr. Zacher.
testimony in this trial, do you recall him saying that?
I don't recall if Derek said that.
Prior to trial, nobody went and interviewed Ted Colkind. Is that correct?
During the trial, yes, we went and interviewed Ted Colkind.
During the trial, you went and interviewed. Prior to this trial, for 3 years, nobody interviewed Ted Colkind.
I don't believe so.
Do you agree with me that the moment that Derek admitted that he was purchasing Xanax and bringing it into the home, his telephone should have been seized and searched?
When was that?
Mr. Pedrin admitted that to you as early as March. Is that correct?
I don't know.
if Mr. Pedrin had admitted that to investigators in your case, you agree that that would be probable cause to seize his phone and apply for a search warrant?
It would depend on when that information was learned. There is potential for that, but there's also potential that probable cause would not exist as well.
Well, you leave that up to a judge to
Correct.
determine whether or not probable cause exists. Yes?
Yes,
And certainly Lieutenant Williams had probable cause to seize Josie's phone on February 11th. Is that correct?
the search warrant authorized the seizure of the electronic devices of those present at the residence. It didn't specifically say Josie Dikeman's cell phone, but those present. Derek Pedrin was not present when we served the warrant. Therefore, we couldn't seize his phone with that search warrant.
And the source of this Xanax that contributed to Alex's death here, that's an important aspect of this case that should be examined. Is that fair?
Correct, and we didn't know about Xanax until we got the final toxicology report. The working investigation was set up that Alexavier Pedrin had overdosed on prednisone based on the prescription pill bottle and things found at the initial scene.
Did you review any police reports from Special Agent Jay Greeno?
No, have not.
And Special Agent Greeno is a law enforcement officer that you found to be reliable?
Yes,
And you're unaware then that Special Agent Greeno documented a meeting with Mr. Pedrin in April where he disclosed that he had been purchasing Xanax?
I'm unaware of that.
April is only a couple months away from February, correct?
Correct, it's 2 months.
And if you have somebody admitting that I'm bringing Xanax into the home and you knew Xanax caused this death, it'd be pretty important to lock down the information about what Mr. Pedrin knew.
If we knew that, if we had the toxicology report back yet, I don't think we had that until May, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, even when you get the toxicology report back, you've got a witness who's telling you, I am buying illegal drugs and bringing them into the home. You're saying that there wouldn't be probable cause to get a search warrant at that point?
It would depend on the circumstances.
So, in the course of this, did anybody talk to Mr. Pedrin about what he meant by his usual order of Xanax?
I don't know.
That would be something to nail down in the investigation as well. Is that fair?
That would be up to the investigator. That's, if you're saying that was stated to an investigator, that would be up to them to follow up on, yes.
You're familiar with how to investigate a drug overdose homicide?
Yes,
You've done so before?
yes. Not before not before this one.
And you agree with me that the chain of custody, so to speak, of how a fatal drug is administered to a victim is really important to those investigations?
It would depend on the drug and the circumstances of the overdose, yes.
So what you're aware of from speaking with Investigator Leinfelder is that Mr. Pedrin admitted to buying Xanax from his, quote, buddy. Is that correct?
I believe there was something said to that, yes.
And he wasn't asked how many pills he was getting at a time. Is that correct?
I don't know what Investigator Leinfelder asked him.
You're unaware of whether or not he was asked who he was getting the pills from?
I don't know what he asked.
In fact, the first time that you found out who Mr. Pedrin's supplier was when I asked him that question on cross-examination. Is that correct?
The first I learned?
Yes. To your knowledge, nobody asked him who his drug supplier was when he made this admission.
Not that I know of, no.
Nobody asked him what the pills looked like generally. Is that correct?
Not that I know of.
Nobody asked him what the dosage was. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nobody asked him how much he was paying per gram of Xanax. Is that correct?
Well, Xanax generally isn't sold by the gram, it's sold by the bar, and it's how much per pill. It's not like other street drugs like heroin or methamphetamine that's sold by the gram or the point.
Well, I asked that poorly. So you've investigated sales of things like oxycodone or Vicodin or other opiates in the past, correct?
Yes,
And generally speaking, the more potent the supply, the higher the price. Is that correct?
that's fair, yes.
Which is why, 5-gram pills cost less than 10 or 20-gram pills. Is that correct?
Depending on the prescription drug, yes.
And you're aware that Xanax comes in doses from 1/4 of a gram all the way up to 2 grams.
I don't know that without researching it for certain.
You didn't look that one up on rxlist.com?
I did not look that up.
You didn't look that up to determine what colors and formulations Xanax come in?
I do recall looking at images to see what colors and they come into, yes.
Is it important to note that Xanax comes in white, blue, peach, and a variety of other colors?
I don't recall the peach. I recall white. I recall some different shades of blue.
All right. When the investigators, in this case Special Agent Fredrickson and Investigator Leinfelder, interviewed Mr. Pedrin, do you agree that it was an investigative failure to not get the specifics of these purported drug transactions?
I think it would depend on how they were questioning him at the time, and if they were still trying to maintain cooperation, you can always come back to that if necessary. But by the end of the investigation, I think you might want to know.
All right. And by the end of the investigation, that would be in September of 2023?
We've been investigating this all the way up, even through the trial, so the investigation's not done.
To this point, up until I asked Mr. Pedrin these questions on cross-examination, nobody had the answer to those questions about what the pills looked like, what they cost, what they weighed, how they were packaged. Is that fair?
I did not have that information, no.
All right. You agree that's important information to know?
I think it's applicable, yes.
And you agree that it would be important to confront Mr. Pedrin about the February 9th text exchange where he was asked for scripts. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree that that's important.
You had that information from the Verizon search warrant return. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that Verizon search warrant return was a warrant that you authored back in February of 2023. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And my understanding of the Verizon records is that we only have 5 days of Mr. Pedrin's text activity from Verizon. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head.
If I told you 5, any reason to doubt that?
No.
And we don't have his complete phone because Mr. Pedrin never once consented to a forensic download of his cell phone.
We never did a Celebrate download of Derek Pedrin's phone.
Nobody ever confronted Mr. Pedrin with this text message 2 days before his son's death, asking him for scripts, to ask him what was going on in that exchange. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Certainly that's a question that you would like answered. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it certainly appeared to be at least trying to arrange a drug exchange. Is that correct?
I think it was clear that the person was asking if you had scripts. Derek said, give me 10, and then there's no other replies that I see in that thing, so I don't know.
You don't know if there was a face-to-face meeting after that. Is that correct?
I do not.
And nobody's tried to figure out who that other number was texting Mr. Pedrin. Is that correct?
No, I actually, when that was brought up, I did interview that person and identified the phone number.
Okay. Not until trial was well underway. Is that correct?
When you first brought it up, that's when, that afternoon, I tracked down the person, found out the circumstances of it and what the drug was that was talked about and the reasons why.
Nobody thought that this was important enough to ask Mr. Pedrin in the last 3 years.
I didn't ask him, no.
Now, if it was Xanax, it would appear to be a relatively fresh supply before Alexavier's death. Is that fair?
I don't know that there's a freshness of Xanax.
It would appear that it would be a relatively recent re-up. That's another way of asking it.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Never heard the term re-up before in drug investigations?
I have, for sure, but not in the way that it's worded right there in those 4 lines.
This would be 2 days before Alex died. Fair?
That's when those messages were, correct.
Now, you've been sitting through this entire trial. Until Mr. Pedrin testified, did you know that he was selling drugs to others?
I don't believe so.
Certainly, that's something that you would want to know about Mr. Pedrin when trying to determine the source of this Xanax. Is that correct?
That's one way, yes.
And you saw him testify that he admitted to obtaining Xanax from his supplier, correct?
Yes.
He admitted to arranging a transaction for scripts on February 9th. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I don't think he admitted to a transaction. He admitted that those messages were contained in his cell phone record.
Okay. Modify the question.
He admitted to that message or that message chain being present on his cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then we learned on redirect that Mr. Pedrin was also apparently selling Adderall. Is that correct?
I believe yes, so yes.
Now, he didn't. You're aware, certainly in this case, from listening to Dr. Quinton, that Xanax was sufficient to cause death in and of itself. Is that correct?
He did testify to that, yes.
In fact, he testified that Xanax was crucial to the death. Is that correct?
I don't recall his specific wording of crucial.
So we've got a case here where you have somebody who died, quite possibly, by the ingestion of this illegally obtained drug. Is that a fair way to summarize it?
Yes.
And that is a very serious crime in this state, to deliver a fatal drug to another, causing their death.
It can be, yes.
So what we call the Len-Bias homicide, correct?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the specific.
Ask
Right.
more specific questions.
All right. And in that case, you're going to want to identify the source of this drug that killed somebody. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the
In
question?
the case of a drug overdose death, you're going to want to identify the source of the substance that killed somebody.
Potentially, yes.
And just to clarify on the information about Adderall, was Jenna Love in prison still as of February 9th of 2023?
Yes.
In other words, it appears unlikely that he would have been getting Adderall from her during that time frame. Is that fair?
Correct.
Now, at the point that Mr. Pedrin testified, he identified his drug supplier. Is that correct?
I believe you did, yes.
Will that person be investigated as a source of this Xanax in Alexavier's death?
Your Honor, objection to relevance.
Overruled.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to see where we go from here. Yes, potentially.
Will Mr. Pedrin be interviewed or investigated about his role in procuring Xanax to that home?
Your Honor, I would object to this. Mr. Pedrin has admitted since March of 2023 that he was the one who brought the Xanax into the home. The question is who gave it or was using it. I think we're going down this line of questioning, and the facts are already in evidence that he admits that he brought it into the home.
I think it's getting redundant. The answer is yes, they'll investigate. Go ahead.
Okay. And you've investigated many drug cases in your career, is that fair?
I've investigated some, yes.
You're familiar with people who use drugs. Generally, you've interviewed addicts.
Yes,
You've interviewed drug dealers.
yes.
Is it fair to say that when somebody's buying illegal drugs, they tend to know what it costs going into that transaction?
I would say that they know the ballpark of what the cost.
Generally speaking, after a transaction, somebody's going to know what those drugs cost them.
Yes.
All right. So, of the text messages that we've seen, and we've seen a lot, do you agree with me that there was not a series of 10 or more text messages of Ms. Dikeman asking Mr. Pedrin to procure her Xanax?
I don't know the total number.
Well, we didn't see any of them. Is that fair?
I don't believe so.
And you're aware that Mr. Pedrin claimed that these text messages would exist?
I'm not sure. I believe he said something similar to that, but I don't know.
Did it concern you at all that this comment of Mr. Pedrin arranging these drug transactions was not corroborated by the telephone record?
I recall Agent Haverly speaking to us about Xanax and the procurement of Xanax. I don't remember the specific conversation.
You agree that in the texts that we've seen and we reviewed in this trial, that content is nowhere to be found. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does that concern you, Sergeant Amundsen, that Mr. Pedrin claimed those messages would be there and they have not been produced?
If you're referring to the messages that have been viewed in court, they're not there.
Yes.
We have not been shown those.
Well, you haven't been shown any messages consistent with what Derek testified to about Josie texting him to pick up Xanax. Is that correct?
You have not been shown anything in open court with those messages, correct?
You haven't been shown anything at all of those messages in the complete Cellbrite download.
I believe there are messages in the complete Cellbrite downloads that include talk about picking up prescriptions.
Okay, and if these messages existed, Sergeant, you agree that nobody wrote a police report on that?
I don't know. I'd have to review all the reports.
In fact, you sent the Cellbrite data to a specialist at the Division of Criminal Investigation for specific forensic analysis looking for Xanax content. Is that correct?
Correct. It was sent to an analyst.
Okay, and that was Michelle Wright?
Correct.
An analyst, Wright, is somebody whose experience you rely upon to sort out these text messages or content on a phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And nowhere in, I can't remember if Michelle is male or female, but nowhere in analyst Wright's report did they note that there were a bunch of text messages from Josie asking Derek for drugs. Is that correct?
What do you mean by a bunch?
We've got the one text from July 6th of 2021 that you've already testified to, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in analyst Wright's report do they mention that there are several text messages from Ms. Dikeman to Mr. Pedrin apparently seeking out the purchase of prescription drugs.
Your Honor, on objective vagueness, I think we need to be specific about if Xanax was specifically mentioned or not.
Yeah, are you saying Xanax or any drugs? Go ahead.
I'm asking about Xanax.
Right.
Xanax.
You're using the word Xanax specific.
Xanax, alprazolam, Xanny, any street name referencing that.
Not a lot, no.
Now, prior to Mr. Pedrin's testimony, were you aware that he was threatening to kill Ms. Dikeman?
No.
You agree with me that it's against the law to threaten to murder people?
Yes.
We have a number of crimes that outlaw that. Is that fair to say?
It depends on the context of the threat and the reasons behind it, but yes.
Had Mr. Pedrin informed you or any other investigator to your knowledge before he testified that he was telling people in the community that he planned to murder Ms. Dikeman?
I do not know that.
That's certainly something you would have noted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Will Mr. Pedrin be investigated as a result of his admitted
Your Honor,
threats?
object to relevance.
Yeah.
I think
Sustained.
Mr. Pedrin was not arrested after he admitted to this on the witness stand, was he?
No.
Now, on here. In terms of the source of the Xanax, you heard from multiple people in the course of your investigation that Alex was known to get up and get into things in the middle of the night.
Can you repeat that? Because you talked about Xanax and then something else.
You heard from multiple witnesses that Alex was known to get up, move around, and get into things at night. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you heard that from Mr. Pedrin himself. Is that correct?
I believe you said that, yes.
Laura Lee Raines?
Yes.
Ms. Dikeman?
I believe she told that to Lieutenant Williams.
Sure. And you're unaware, Sergeant, whether or not Mr. Pedrin was in possession of Xanax on February 10th of 2023?
I am not.
You are aware that Mr. Pedrin was on the ground floor prior to his arrest in February of 2023?
Yes.
You have no idea if Mr. Pedrin concealed Xanax in an area close to where Alexavier would have been?
I do not know that.
You have no idea if Mr. Pedrin gave Alexavier a Xanax to calm him down before that welfare check?
I do not have that information, no.
You have no idea whether or not Mr. Pedrin concealed that Xanax in front of Alex where you would know where to look for it?
I do not know.
And nobody can rule out that Alex got into Xanax that Mr. Pedrin brought into that home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, I'm about to go into another section here if we want to break for lunch.
Let's have a break for lunch. Okay, we'll be back at 1:15. I do want to, I'm going to tell you this now because I don't want to necessarily tell you later today. Obviously, we're running a bit behind. And so one of my ideas is that we go a little bit later tomorrow and the next day, not tonight because I didn't give you fair warning, but we go maybe to about 6 o'clock tomorrow and the next day and see if we need it the next day. I'm letting you know if it's conflict with times and stuff for other things, just let us know. But I've been sort of promising 4:30, and if I go later, I wouldn't want to give you a fair notice that might happen with the attempt to try to resolve this week. So having said that, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you after lunch at 1:15. Just a few things on there. Okay. How much more?
At least an hour, Judge.
15.
Our witnesses are gonna start arriving around 1.
I'm just trying to guess here, 3:45 or 4, maybe be done with. I should ask the state, do you intend to call another witness or?
Not at this point, Judge.
All right. All right, be back about 1:10. Go from there. Oh, I'm sorry. Was there anything we need to talk about from this last bit of testimony from the state's perspective
No, Your Honor.
or defense?
I don't think we had a sidebar.
Yeah, I don't think there was, so, okay, thank you.
What is 260?
Okay. Okay, do you have a copy of that? Great. Okay. I was looking for that one today and I'm like, okay. Yes, okay. Should I take it now if we're gonna need it after lunch? Okay, thank you.
off has any of the exhibits.
Okay.
Yeah, I think everybody's present. Anything we need to address before we bring the jury in from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, why don't you come on up and have a seat? Did you need Kleenex?
No,
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in. I think we're
I'm missing one, Judge.
missing one. Sorry about that. All right, everybody may be seated. All right, go ahead, Mr. Zacher.
Thank you. So, Sergeant, I'd like to switch gears and talk about the search of the home on February 11th. You were personally present for that?
Yes,
And in fact, you were described as, you and Investigator Williams were described as two of the investigators in charge during that search.
yes,
Would you agree with me that the home itself was very cluttered and messy?
yes.
Do me a favor, just point the microphone at yourself.
Sure.
All right, thank
Is that better?
you. Yeah, that's better.
Okay. And that there were portions of the house where you really couldn't walk on the floor without stepping on something?
Correct.
And for the record, it's not against the law to have a messy or a cluttered house. Is that fair?
Except in extreme circumstances.
Sure. This isn't one of those extreme circumstances where there are rats running all around the house, correct?
Correct, I didn't see any rats.
You didn't see any dog poop in the side of the house, did you?
I don't recall seeing any dog poop, no.
Didn't see any dog, is that correct?
Correct.
Didn't note any dog poop outside either, is that correct?
I didn't really search outside.
Sure. And my understanding is that the focus of your search is really on the area around where Alex died. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Now, do you agree that there appeared to be a water bottle next to the love seat or the couch where Alex was recuperating on?
I'd have to see a photo to recall that.
State's Exhibit 79, please. Maybe the clerk has it by chance.
Did you say 79? I don't think that's a photo.
Okay, we'll go back to it. If you have ours, that. All right. You agree that during this search that you did not find any paddle, spoon, or spatula in the bedroom with Alexavier?
No, I didn't make any note of that.
Okay. In fact, would it be fair to say that there's no note of any paddle, spoon, or spatula seized or recovered at any point during the whole search of the home? Is that correct?
I did not take any kitchen utensils or anything like that, no.
Sure. The only place you would have seen them, to your knowledge, was in the kitchen?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. Now, Sergeant, am I correct in assuming that you did not find a secret door containing diamonds, firearms, and a paddle?
No.
So I want to talk a little bit about some of these scene photographs. When some of them were taken, you agree that evidence had already been moved or placed in different positions?
Yes, and reviewing body cam, yes.
Now, for instance, the prescription bottle that was placed on the bed, your understanding is that it was originally on the floor next to Alex's body, is that correct?
Well, Alex's body wasn't on the floor, it was in the bed, and the prescription pill bottle was on the floor.
And you agree, investigator, you have no idea whether Alex had been on the floor prior to being placed on the bed, is that fair?
The information I have from the 911 call is that Alex was on the floor. Deputy Anderson, Deputy Jar got there. Alex was in the bed. The prescription pill bottle was on the floor. I have no knowledge of...
Nobody asked Josie, to your knowledge, if she picked Alex up and put him on the bed.
I don't believe anybody asked that question.
And nobody tried to clarify with Brantley what he meant about Josie getting Alex up onto the bed by feeding him spaghetti. Is that correct?
When was that statement? I'm just trying to recall.
That was in his second forensic interview.
In his second forensic interview? I don't think there's anything clarifying over that, no.
Sure. Now, what I'd like to do is take Exhibit 91. This is the state's Exhibit 91. And Sergeant, if you could take a look there and see if you can spot the water bottle up by that love seat area. Can you use your laser pointer to still have that?
I do. Which love seat are you talking about? I don't see a love seat.
Media may want to avoid the picture.
All right. All right. So, can you see where I'm circling in the lower right-hand side of the diagram there?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a bottle of water?
Yes.
See where I'm circling towards the center of the diagram?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a bottle of water?
It's a clear bottle of something. I can't tell what it is.
So, what I'd like to do here is just take a copy of the state's Exhibit 87 and just sketch some additional things out. The diagram. 82A, excuse me. I think I've got. Witness order, copies of it. So Madam Clerk, would you mind running me just a copy of this so we can draw on it? So I just want to talk about the layout of the home here. And the, like we discussed, it was very, very messy, correct?
It was messy, yes.
And the clear open spaces depicted in this drawing don't really do justice to how cluttered that home was. Is that fair to say?
In which area?
The entire home.
Well, most of the area wasn't changed except in that immediate area where Alexavier was found deceased.
So, investigator, I'm going to show you a copy of Exhibit 82A, the Elmo here. And
I can't hear you, sir, while you're,
I'm going to show you a copy of Exhibit 82A. Does that appear to be the diagram that you reviewed with the state yesterday?
yes.
On Monday, excuse me, or Friday, whatever day it is. And obviously this just shows the broad contours of the home, but not the contents of the home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, I just want to fill in some of the blanks here from Ms. Dikeman's bedroom in particular, but first let's start with the back door. Is this the area with the windows where Sergeant Kernine and Deputy Paff were looking into on the night of the welfare check?
No.
Is this the area down here on the front door that they were looking into?
No.
Okay, which area were the windows, if you could use your laser pointer?
There's a window right here, and then here.
Okay. So I'm going to mark that here. The windows. Have I put that in a fair representation for the approximate place where they were?
Yeah, it's close. It's ballpark.
Sure. Didn't go to law school because I have any artistic talent. So let's go to Ms. Dikeman's room here. Can you point out with your laser pointer approximately where the bed was in that room?
I would say right there, going this way to about right there.
All right. So about like that?
No, I would say that it would need to extend to almost where it says Miss Dikeman's room. Extend it down a little bit further. Not that far, but.
Okay. Do I have it in the ballpark approximately?
It's extended a little bit too far. I thought right at the bottom of where it says Dikeman should be where the line is.
Dikeman's room. All right. We'll put a line there, and I'm going to label this bed. Is that approximately the placement of where the bed was?
Yes.
All right. How about the love seat or the couch where Alex was recuperating? Where's that?
Along this wall right here.
All right. And I am going to just kind of draw an approximation. Did it extend all the way to this wall over here, Sergeant, or did it end before this wall? Because there appeared to be a table of some sort at the other end.
Right. That's why I would have to refer back to the photo, but I don't think it went all the way to the wall.
All right. So I'm just going to label this love seat.
But the couch, actually.
Well, yeah. And then Ms. Dikeman's table with some medications on it. Could you point to us approximately where that was?
Well, there was a white 3-drawer cabinet and then another little end table next to it.
Okay.
But it did not encompass the closing of the doorway.
We'll call this table. And am I correct that the curtain was right here?
Yeah, the curtain went between these two walls.
Now this bedroom over
Oh,
here.
there's not a curtain there. The curtain goes between the two walls.
Okay. So that would be the French.
Correct.
The curtain goes between the two walls here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Again, this is a failure of my drawing skills rather than anything else, but that's where the curtain was. Is this where the French doors were then?
Yes.
All right. And then there's a table or a shelf of some sort over in this area up here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Shelf. All right. So, you agree that generally speaking, you're not able to see inside of Ms. Dikeman's bedroom from the windows that we've marked on this diagram?
Well, it depends what angle you're at. I think however you're standing, there's other windows over here, I believe. But if I'm standing this way, looking this way, but if I'm up here looking, I can get different angles
Okay.
through the French doors. It would
Do you
just
agree?
depend.
Yeah, do you agree that neither Deputy Paff nor Sergeant Cernine described looking into Ms. Dikeman's bedroom from the exterior of the home?
I don't know what they could see because it's always different than what you see on body cam,
Sure.
what your head moves and angles, so.
Okay. So, there was a very small area of space between this table and the table here before you run into the bed inside of Josie's bedroom. Is that fair to say?
Correct, there was not a lot of room between the couch that you have labeled love seat and the bed.
Okay, and I'd like to go over a couple of photos, Exhibit 87 and 89. And we're going back to the diagram, so I'm just going to plop these on top. This is State's Exhibit 89. Do you recall looking at this photograph yesterday?
Yes,
All right, and did that represent kind of the layout of the room when you saw it?
yes, it showed all the items that were moved from, or I should say by Deputy Anderson. These clothings, all this stuff was moved prior to my arrival.
Okay, and that looks like a footstool or a chest of drawers or something in front of the couch?
Something, yes.
Okay, and that piece of furniture was there when you visited the scene?
Yes,
All right, it looks like that must be Deputy Rakovich peeking behind the curtain there.
yes it is.
And was the curtain down in that position when you visited the scene?
I believe so, yes.
Now, looking at the amount of space in front of that curtain before you run into the bed or that dresser or footstand or whatever that is, you agree that that's a relatively small amount of space?
Yes,
In other words, it would be an awfully tight fit to fit Josie and Alexavier on the ground in that bit of space.
well, all that stuff was moved by Deputy Anderson and placed in that location when Deputy Anderson and Jar got there.
Well, yeah,
Wasn't in that position when they arrived.
we're talking about the position that you observed this. Like, I mean, you said that it was in this position when you observed the room, correct?
Yes, I arrived after Deputy Jar and Deputy Anderson provided life-saving measures to Alexavier Pedrin.
And unless you go through every second of their body cameras individually, you can't determine what exactly was moved around. Is that correct?
I did go through Deputy Anderson and Deputy Jar's body camera. Deputy Anderson's body camera is very clear as he's, I would say for lack of better term, a bull in a china shop, moving stuff as quickly and pushing it away as quickly as he can.
Is it your testimony that Deputy Anderson moved this footstool at all?
Yeah, all that area was disturbed, yes.
Okay. You don't have any idea what the access or the space looked like before they were going through like a bull in a china shop?
No, I was not in there.
So, going to Exhibit 87 now. Does this represent an approximate placement of Ms. Dikeman's bed when the responders arrived?
No.
No? And in what way does this appear to be altered?
The right-hand side of the bed has been pushed significantly to the left side towards the curtain doorway. You can see the box springs are separated to make room so it is not squared off to the wall.
Sure.
Or perpendicular as it would have been.
So in other words, it looks like it's a little bit offset at an angle as responders were looking to make some room to perform life-saving measures?
Yes.
But approximately, other than not being perpendicular to the wall, it's in about the same place?
Yes.
This shelving unit that we're looking at here, is this where Ms. Dikeman had her prescribed medications?
Yes.
So I'm going to zoom in on this shelf in the back. Ms. Dikeman told Sergeant Williams that she wasn't sure exactly where the bag of unused medications was, Is that correct?
I think she gave Lieutenant Williams a few different locations.
My apologies. He was a sergeant for a long time. So, you agree that at least with respect to the lower shelving units, that area would be accessible to a child of Alexavier's height?
Yes.
It looks like we have a cabinet or something there that's slightly ajar. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that would also be accessible to a child of Alexavier's size?
Yes.
Looks like the only place on the shelves that we have a gap is on that second shelf there. Is that correct?
I would say the third shelf down from the bottom, or the top.
Yeah, the third shelf, I couldn't see that one down there. You aware whether or not the bag was in that spot on the shelf that appears to be otherwise void?
I do not know.
Okay. That would be accessible to a child of Alexavier's size?
Yes.
And this indeed is Alexavier's side of the bed, or the side of the bed that investigators saw him on when they arrived. Is that correct?
Correct. I would describe that as the right side of the bed.
Sure. Facing from the bottom, it's the right side of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. Now the pillow that you recovered some substance from, that was on the right side of the bed as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to Exhibit 82A, the one that I've drawn on. And I want to talk about the angles for Major's room here. I understand that this is not an architectural representation, but if I place my legal pad on top here with the angles into the room, do you agree that it's a relatively obtuse angle to view Josie's room from Major's room?
It depends what part of Major's room you're in.
Sure. You agree that from the photos you were shown, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to see Ms. Dikeman's room if he was on the bed watching television in the back of that room?
What part of Ms. Dikeman's room would he be in?
No, I'm asking, like, if Major was in the bed or on the bed, or even that little chair that he had next to the bed, it would be difficult to see at an angle into Ms. Dikeman's room from that position. Is that fair to say?
No, because you could see from where I was in that room, you could see the table area and even that left side portion of the bed.
You're viewing that from an adult's perspective, correct?
Yes.
Did you have your body camera on your chest, or where were you wearing your body camera?
It was probably about right where my sternum is.
Sure. And in police practice, when you're clearing a room or when you're approaching a dangerous situation, you do something called slicing the pie. Is that correct?
It depends, but it is one of the techniques that we use.
So in order to see a full angle into a room, you're moving back into the side slowly so as to not expose all of your body to whoever's in there.
Not quite as choppy as you did, but something similar, yes.
Not an artist and not a cop, but same concept?
Similar concept, yes.
Okay. And the reason you're doing that is because you can't, if you're at an angle, you can't see into the entire room at that point. Is that correct?
Right, and then that person wouldn't potentially be able to see me either.
Sure. So, did anybody go back and re-interview Major to determine how he could see the supposed abuse inside of Josie's room?
Just the forensic interviews, that's the only thing that was done.
Sure. All right. So early on in this investigation, you and others had the suspicion that this was a stage scene. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that's exactly why you sent in that pill bottle for forensic analysis at the state crime lab. Is that fair?
Yes,
You wanted to see whether or not this was something Alexavier actually touched to see if it was consistent with him getting into things as described, correct?
yes,
But you also wanted to rule in or exclude other possible suspects. Is that fair?
no, it was just to see if Alex had touched the cap or the bottle of the prescription meds.
I agree that it would be relevant evidence to your investigation if you got a DNA sample and determined that Mr. Pedrin was one of those unidentified male sources.
I would expect that because it's in the house that Josie and Mr. Pedrin live in. It was on a bed that at some point they most likely shared.
Now, fingerprint analysis is another tool that the state crime lab offers to investigators like you.
Yes,
Would you agree with me that perhaps fingerprint analysis would have been the better tool to determine who had touched the bottle rather than DNA?
no,
Well, fingerprints, you can type it to a specific person, correct?
if you get a fingerprint,
Yep, if you get a fingerprint, and we can tell beyond the shadow of a doubt whether or not that bottle was in Alex's hands or not by way of the fingerprint evidence. We can tell whether it was in his hands at one point by fingerprint evidence. Is that correct?
we didn't have his fingerprints.
You're aware that fingerprints are almost routinely collected during the autopsy process?
Yeah, and I don't recall if Alex's fingerprints were collected during the autopsy.
Whereas DNA, you don't know if it's been transferred from the living conditions or was actually left there by somebody grasping the bottle. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question so I make sure I understand it?
DNA, you're not sure exactly what the source is compared to a fingerprint that's left by grasping an object. Is that correct?
Well, touch DNA, if we have the profile source, we would know whose DNA it is.
And it was Alexavier's that you identified as the single source profile, correct?
Alexavier's DNA, yes, was identified.
So, I'm not going to belabor the point, but do you agree that no additional control swabs were taken for Mr. Pedrin, Ms. Dikeman, or anybody else living in that home?
Correct.
One of the tools that you could have used to determine whether or not Alex got into that bag of medication would be to do a similar analysis on the bag that we saw on Friday. Is that correct?
Are you talking about DNA or fingerprints?
DNA or fingerprints, either or.
I think DNA, potentially. Fingerprints, probably not on the surface of that bag.
Sure. But the theory being that if Alex picked up the bag and put it on the floor and was rooting around in it, his DNA may have been on the exterior of that bag. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
If the bag was sealed, his DNA might have been on the zipper or whatever mechanism sealed the bag. Is that correct?
The bag wasn't sealed.
Well, assuming that it was sealed before it was opened up.
Potentially, yes.
You agree that nobody swabbed that bag for DNA?
Yes.
You agree that because nobody submitted a DNA sample or standard for Mr. Pedrin, we can't rule him out as one of the unknown male sources of DNA on that bottle?
Yes.
So, do you agree that there appeared to be a trace substance of something inside of that pill bottle?
Yes.
And certainly that's something that you can send to the state crime laboratory to swab and determine what that residue was. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
You agree that did not happen here?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit about Mr. Pedrin's phone. Are you aware of whether or not Mr. Pedrin was asked for his phone on February 21st of 2023 to take a look at the content on it?
I remember there being some conversation about that. I believe that it did occur.
That the conversation occurred.
I believe it did.
Yep. And Mr. Pedrin did not, or at that time was not willing to surrender his phone for a cell-brite examination.
I believe so. I believe he did not.
And moving on to the September 8th conversation with Investigator Leinfelder and Special Agent Fredrickson, excuse me, you're aware that they asked Mr. Pedrin about his telephone on that day as well.
I believe they did.
And Mr. Pedrin admitted to them at the beginning of that interview that he still had the same phone and phone number.
I believe so.
And then when asked to see the phone by Investigator Leinfelder, Mr. Pedrin claimed that the phone had been broken.
I believe that's accurate.
You agree that that's a suspicious turn of events where he claims to have the same phone and then minutes later says that the phone was broken?
I find it odd, yes.
Sergeant, should Mr. Pedrin's phone have been seized once you knew that he admitted to purchasing and bringing Xanax into the home?
No, I'm going to object to asked and answered. I believe the question was already asked.
I'll move on.
Going back to, sustain.
So just so we're clear, Mr. Pedrin's phone was never seized or downloaded beyond those 5 days of text messages that you got from Verizon.
There was a lot of data collected from Mr. Pedrin, Facebook, Messenger, Google, iCloud, Verizon records, but his cell phone was never downloaded.
Okay. At some point, Mr. Pedrin was told to just send investigators what he thought was relevant to going after Ms. Dikeman.
I don't think that was stated.
You recall that from the February 21st of 2023 interview with Mr. Pedrin?
I don't know that, no.
So, you agree that nobody actually verified whether or not Mr. Pedrin's phone had actually been destroyed?
I wasn't a part of that, so I have no idea.
Now, you issued subpoenas for all of Jenna Love's prison records in Missouri, is that correct?
I don't recall that. I recall writing a subpoena for other things dealing with Jenna Love's stuff, but not all of her records.
You recall that your department got a large batch of recorded phone calls, including calls between Jenna Love and Derek Pedrin?
I am aware of that.
And who was assigned to listen to those calls?
I don't know that anybody was assigned to listen to those calls.
So you gather all of this data in the course of your investigation, and then nobody listened to it?
I don't believe all those calls were listened to, no.
Now, would it have been relevant to your investigation if Mr. Pedrin was making statements about Alexavier's death on those recorded prison calls?
It may.
Would it have been relevant if those calls recorded coordination between the Pedrin family and the Hellroot family?
I don't object to hearsay.
I'm asking, would it be relevant if?
Yeah, overruled.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to ask that he not be vague, Your Honor, and provide timing of those statements.
We've already established the calls were undated.
Then
Go ahead and answer.
Would that content have been relevant to your investigation?
Can you repeat the question and clarify it for me?
Discussion between Mr. Pedrin and Ms. Love about coordinating with the Hellroot family on how to approach law enforcement.
Coordinating what?
The investigation into Alex's death.
When?
Before Ms. Love was released from prison, but after Alex died.
It may.
Would admissions to Mr. Pedrin being aggressive or violent with other children have been relevant to your investigation?
It may.
Would admissions from Mr. Pedrin about the use and control of the home video system have been relevant to your investigation?
We didn't have that information that Mr. Pedrin was in control of the...
I'm asking hypothetically, investigator.
Oh, these are all hypotheticals you're asking.
If this was content on those recorded phone calls, would that be relevant?
Hypothetically, yes.
And would admissions to containing, or would admissions to taking a phone that Alexavier used, as well as SD cards, and keeping them inside of a safe, inside of a car trunk, have been relevant to your investigation had you known about that?
From when?
Again, the conversations we can only date between Alex's death and Ms. Love's release from prison.
Without the context of dates and times of these phone calls, it's very difficult to determine its relevance at all.
I mean, my question is that, like, if somebody had listened to these calls and discovered this content, you would have noted it, correct?
Probably.
And since nobody listened to any of this evidence that you subpoenaed, you're completely unaware of the content of those calls.
Right, because we have to put it in context of date and time.
And, well, it's been established. So let's talk about the SD card text exchange that you were asked to testify to. There we go. Oh. We need the full one. Do you agree, investigator, that that was not the full exchange about the SD card containing videos of Mr. Pedrin abusing Alex?
What SD card are you talking about, sir?
So you were asked on direct examination whether or not you were familiar with the text message where Ms. Dikeman confronts Mr. Pedrin with the prospect that there were videos of him abusing Alexavier on an SD card.
I'm confused. I don't recall what you're saying.
Okay, we got it up here. So, investigator, I grab a highlighter here, and
Attorney Zacher, can I see that real quick, just so I can get the dates before you? Thank you.
all right. So, Sergeant, I'm showing what's been marked as 210. The first 4 text messages appear to be what you discussed on direct examination.
Yes, thank you for refreshing my memory.
Okay. And those, were you familiar with the content that followed those first 4 text messages?
I'm not familiar with it all,
Okay.
no.
You didn't read the following text messages after that?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go through this, and I'm going to highlight on the exhibit a bit here. I'm going to count the times that Ms. Dikeman references videos on these SD cards. So the first text here we have is, "Fuck you, dude, I'm releasing these videos." Is that correct? Yes.
And just for the record, if Attorney Zacher could refer to the date and time.
All of these, unless otherwise indicated, are April 26th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the UTC time would be, it's telling us UTC looks like it's already been calculated, so about 2:47 p.m.
Correct.
All right. And then she references a video of Derek beating Alex. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, actually, it says starting with the ones of you beating Alex.
So ones as in plural videos, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. There's the text referencing the news release tomorrow that you've already testified to. And then it looks like there's a period of time where the two of them are arguing with each other. Is that correct?
How far do you want me to go?
You can keep going through this page. Investigator Amundsen has read through the second and third pages. I'm going to direct. Does that appear to be some bickering back and forth?
It sounds directed from Josie to Derek, yes.
Okay.
Indicate for the record the last message you read, the date and time.
Last one was on that page was 4/26/23, 2:55 and 5 seconds p.m. Now, it looks like there's some more arguing as well on the following 2 pages. Is that correct? Just give it a read.
I don't see any arguing at all. I just see directed message from Josie Dikeman to Derek Pedrin.
She appears to be upset that Mr. Pedrin is not seeing the children.
It can be taken that way, yes.
But at the bottom of this page here, Josie again references the SD card will show your lies. Do you see that?
Yes, it says the SD card will show your lies.
All right. Moving through the, and that text was same date, 2:59 and 41 seconds p.m. All right. I am not going to have you read the rest of the argument, but I don't think it's particularly relevant, but just glancing at this, does this appear to be more of the same in the next 2 pages?
Yes, it appears to be a one-sided rant to Derek.
With some responses by Derek.
I've only read one response. Did you want me to read it all?
The left side of the text bubbles are Mr. Pedrin, is that correct?
Yes.
And the right side of text bubbles are Ms. Dikeman's?
Yes.
And it appears that Mr. Pedrin responded on both pages to Ms. Dikeman?
Correct, 1 to 3.
All right. Now, on the following page, the two of them talk about, or Ms. Dikeman says that she has weekend plans. Is that correct?
And at this point, I'm going to object to hearsay. I don't know how this is relevant in terms of the context.
Rule of completeness, and I'm getting to the point here with the last text message.
Yeah, overruled, go ahead. Let's just try to go as fast as possible.
Yes, these are 3 messages from Ms. Dikeman to Derek.
The final message on this page at 3:21 p.m. and 0 seconds says, "Stop hurting my kids and blaming me when you are no better, and this SD card stays in hiding. But if you keep blaming me for every wrong that has happened to us when you weren't the man we needed, I'll make sure my voice is heard with video evidence." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right. You can read the last 2 pages to yourself here, investigator, and then I'll have a question for you.
messages, dates and times are you having him read?
It's the exchange, going to the final message of the exchange is from Mr. Pedrin at 4/26/2023, 3:36 and 28 seconds p.m. reading, "You act like I have money falling out of my ass." So I counted 5 separate messages in that exchange where Ms. Dikeman claims to have an SD card with video evidence of Derek abusing Alex. You see that many highlights?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't believe that all of those references are to the SD card containing information about Alex. I would agree that there are references to the SD card.
5 references to an SD card, then, we'll say. Four. Okay, and then the other highlighted one was her reference to the videos, or the ones, involving him abusing Alex. Is that correct?
Well, it doesn't say that. It says, "Fuck you, dude, I'm releasing these videos."
The subsequent text, meaning starting with the ones of you abusing Alex?
Starting with the ones of you beating Alex, yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me, investigator, that at no point does Mr. Pedrin question whether or not these videos exist?
Your Honor, I object to hearsay.
Sustained.
It's not in the records, correct?
What is your question?
There's no response indicating disagreement with the belief that there's an SD card with this evidence on it.
There's no response in here from Derek Pedrin stating that the SD cards do not exist.
All right. So you had these text messages in the investigation. Obviously, somebody reviewed at least the first 4 of that exchange. Is that correct?
Correct.
Am I correct in assuming that nobody asked Mr. Pedrin why he didn't deny the existence of these videos during that exchange?
No.
You're aware that Ms. Dikeman's home was burglarized 2 days before her arrest?
Which home are you talking about?
The home that she was living in with her mother.
I am not aware of that.
No. Nobody thought that Mr. Pedrin might have been involved in that incident?
Your Honor, I object. He didn't even know that it happened.
Yeah, he didn't know it happened. He wouldn't have any idea.
All right, I want to follow up on just a couple of text messages from 140. We have that in there, Emily? You still have 140 in front of you, investigator?
I do.
Okay. So I just want to talk a little bit about some of the exchanges here, and is it okay if we read this together up here? So it appears that at points in this conversation, Ms. Dikeman and both Mr. Pedrin are responding to things that aren't necessarily inside of this text message exchange. Is that correct?
I don't know that.
Sure. You don't know whether or not they're communicating on other platforms, instant messengers, voice messages, calls, anything of that nature?
I don't know that between May 10th and 11th of 2023, no.
Because at points in this conversation, Ms. Dikeman just appears to react to something and says, "Fuck you, I'm calling the police." Is that fair?
She did say that, yes.
And we don't have the context in these text messages as to why she was upset and wanted to call the police with Mr. Pedrin, do we?
I don't know that that's accurate. It seems that Ms. Dikeman wanted Mr. Pedrin to come over and be with her, and he wasn't having any part of it.
We don't have any predicate text from Mr. Pedrin prior to those comments about calling the police. Is that fair?
Can you reference which part you're talking about?
Last page of Exhibit 140, page 6. Don't want to talk to me now. I'm calling the police. You sure it's not Jenna, etc.?
I see that.
And there's nothing from Mr. Pedrin in that exchange that would indicate why she would feel the need to call the police. Is that correct?
Except the previous 5 pages of text that all go in order to that point where she says, "I'm calling the police."
You don't know if they were talking on other apps or other modes of communication at the same time that this exchange was going on.
I do not know that.
So, would you agree with Lieutenant Williams that it's common for women to go back to men that are abusing them?
It happens, yes.
And you're not shocked to hear Ms. Dikeman say that she loved Derek after they lost a child. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the text reference to not talking to the police. Ms. Dikeman was represented at the time of this investigation by Attorney Sean O'Neill.
Yes,
You had a conversation with him.
I did.
He appeared to be quite curt and to the point.
That was well spoken, yes.
Immediately prior to the text message exchange that we read in court earlier, number 1112 of the Verizon records, isn't it true that Ms. Dikeman was telling Derek that her attorney, Sean, had told her not to talk to the investigators?
I believe that's in there, yes.
All right. Let's switch gears and talk about schooling. Is it the investigative theory here that only Josie was responsible for getting the children to school?
No.
Derek is equally responsible as a parent to those kids. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if the conduct that we observed in some of the videos with Derek at the beginning of this trial was happening frequently, would you agree that that could be a reason why people are staying up late at night?
Potentially, yes.
To your knowledge, Derek didn't work from his time card until about 8 or 8:30 most days?
I couldn't answer that without seeing the entirety of the time card.
Would you agree with Google if it indicated it was an approximately 17-minute drive from Hinchin to Shipshape Car Wash in Onalaska?
No.
No? How long of a drive would you say that is?
Well, Mormon Coulee Road is not the best road, and morning traffic, it would depend. Could be up to a half hour. And then afternoon traffic might be 20 to 25 minutes. It just depends. I drive that route every day, pretty much.
I used to as well. You're saying that it would take half an hour taking that Mormon Coulee Road to get from Shipshape to Hinchin Elementary?
Well, if I'm going from Hinchin Elementary to Shipshape in Onalaska, the shortest route that I would take would be Mormon Coulee Road to Losey Boulevard to Highway 16 to Highway 157 to County Highway 0 West to Crossing Meadows. And depending on traffic, depending on road construction, that time can vary. Google on a clear road hitting every light without stops, yes, I would say Google's probably accurate. But the logistics of it in this community is not 17 minutes.
And I know, like right now, Losey, both Losey and Mormon Coulee are under construction. Is that fair?
Correct.
Did anybody ever ask Mr. Pedrin why he couldn't take the children to school for all these absences?
I don't know if that was asked.
So, Sergeant, I'm going to ask you, do you agree that the document with the summary of Alex's absences contained what were marked as excused absences as well?
Yes, I believe both were in there, yes.
And I think we counted 13 days excused. Does that sound accurate?
I would have to look at the spreadsheet, but it's plausible.
So subtracting the number of excused absences from the unexcused would lead us to a lower number of unexcused absences in Alex's case. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Fair to assume that nobody asked Mr. Pedrin whether he had become violent or disciplined Alexavier on the evening of February 10th.
I believe those questions were asked.
Let's talk a little bit about the recorded calls that Derek made with you. You participated in that process, is that correct?
Yes.
This was after Ms. Dikeman and Mr. O'Neill had told you that she wanted an attorney present before she was interviewed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm object to relevance on that question.
Wait, what interview is this? Which one is this one?
We're talking about the recorded phone calls that Mr. Pedrin produced.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not relevant because it's not, go ahead, not relevant.
All right. Would you agree that you and other law enforcement officers participated in either recording or miking Mr. Pedrin so that that call was recorded?
Yes.
And this was somebody that you knew very well at that point to have been physically abusive to Ms. Dikeman. Is that correct?
I was aware of the prior domestic incidents, yes.
And you're using Mr. Pedrin to interrogate Ms. Dikeman because you had been informed that she didn't want to deal with police without an attorney.
Objection, Your Honor.
You can just say no if he's overruled.
We were not using Derek Pedrin to interrogate Josie Dikeman.
You're certainly using him to obtain information from her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there zero concern on your part that a man who was abusive to Josie would not be able to manipulate her or her responses?
Can you repeat that question?
Did you have any concern at all that a man who was physically abusive to Josie, would produce a manipulated result from her responses?
When we prepped Derek, we were having him ask specific questions in a certain way so not to manipulate.
Do you agree that Derek's tone at time was elevated?
What do you mean by elevated?
His voice got louder?
I believe so, yes.
Sounded like he was upset with Josie at points?
I think he was upset about losing his son, Alex.
And in those calls that we heard, never once does Josie say that she killed Alex. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In fact, she expresses relief that it wasn't the overdose that she thought had caused his death.
I believe she said something similar to that, yes.
Appeared to be emotional at points in time when she learned that Alex hadn't gotten into her pills.
What do you mean emotional?
You heard her voice, and the tenor of her voice changed as she says something to the effect of "thank God."
I don't know that it's emotional. It's more like relief, I think, would be the word I kind of took from it.
And what Josie had told Sergeant Williams from the very beginning was that it was her impression that Alex had gotten into some of her prescription medication. Is that correct?
That's what she told him, yeah, Lieutenant Williams.
You told Mr. Pedrin to send you any follow-up conversation from Josie about Alex's death. Is that fair?
I believe that was stated, yes.
And that message that you read earlier today where Ms. Dikeman tells Mr. Pedrin that I didn't do anything and you people are looking for something that isn't there, he never sent that to you, did he?
Which message are you talking about?
There was a text message that you just testified to where Ms. Dikeman was informed by Mr. Pedrin that he had been recording her. Do you recall that exchange?
I've gone through so many here, I just would like to clarify which one you're talking about and the date.
So,
Can you give him the exhibit that he saw so that he...
I'm just going to use the cutout of ours here.
Why don't you...
Follow the...
more quickly. And if Attorney Zacher gives me the date, we can get the exhibit number for him so we can get it from the clerk.
So the date of the exchange.
I have a copy, please.
Yeah, it's already used, but we can give you a copy. I'll show you the three that
It's already been introduced.
well, it was offered. All right, so I'm showing you what's been marked as both 217 and 271. That's probably why we couldn't find this. Just read them through and flip the page over. Let me know when you're done.
Thank you.
Those appear to be text messages that you referenced this morning.
Yes, from Josie Dikeman on May 8th of 2023.
And at the outset, Ms. Dikeman tells Mr. Pedrin that they asked you to wear a wire on me and record our calls, and you have. Wow.
Yes.
And the final text in that exchange is, or the second to final text in that exchange is, you people are searching for something that isn't there. I didn't do anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Pedrin didn't disclose this information to you at any point in the investigation. Is that correct?
I don't know what Mr. Pedrin disclosed to the other investigators.
All right. Let's talk about the cameras. So, you agree with me, Sergeant, that you can't determine who, if anybody, was specifically deleting videos from the Genie/Ye app. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it appeared to you that prior to you doing the search warrant, the camera service had been canceled. Is that correct?
Which camera system are you talking about?
The Genie or the Ye, did you get a cancellation notice that you presented in evidence earlier?
Well, the Ye system, we couldn't get logged in, so we believed that account had been deleted. The Genie system showed that the kitchen camera had been deleted.
All right. So My understanding is that the driveway camera and the interior camera were both, or one of the interior cameras were on the same camera system. Is that correct?
Yes, the kitchen and the garage driveway camera were the Genie.
Okay. And Mr. Pedrin's story to you was that he only had access to one of the Genie cameras on his phone. Is that correct?
I believe that's what he testified to, was the garage was the only one he had access to.
Sergeant, does that make sense to you that with the same brand of cameras, the same subscription, he would only have access to one of them?
Not really, no.
Yep. Now, you've been made aware of evidence where Mr. Pedrin repeatedly references having access to cameras inside of the home?
What are you referencing?
Well, you saw the video of Mr. Pedrin yelling at Josie on the couch in the living room where he says, "I have cameras in here, you know?" Do you recall seeing that?
I recall him saying that, yes.
Certainly one reasonable inference is that he has access to the home security system inside of the house.
I referenced that as he put his own cameras in despite her.
Well, did he ever disclose any other cameras that he had inside of the home?
No, nor did we find any.
You're aware in the course of your investigative review that Mr. Pedrin admitted to Investigator Leinfelder and Special Agent Fredrickson that Alex was observed getting into food on the home's surveillance system.
I do recall a video of that, yes.
You're aware that Mr. Pedrin has referred to the home camera system as something that investigators should have checked when he met with officers of the La Crosse Police Department on November 25th of 2025.
From where? I'm not familiar with this call.
It's not, well, it's not a call, but you recall Mr. Pedrin acknowledging that this is what he told La Crosse police officers on November 25th of 2025, that because they didn't check his camera system, his son was dead when he was released from jail the next day.
From 2025?
Correct. La Crosse Police Department.
I don't know.
You're not aware of that call at all?
No.
Am I correct in assuming that nobody asked Mr. Pedrin why he would say out loud that he has cameras inside of the home?
Are you referencing back to the video with him and Josie Dikeman, or which?
Any of the remarks. Like, nobody asked him why he would say out loud that he had access to cameras in the home.
From the 2025 date? Because I'm confused on which date you're talking about, sir.
I'm talking about any date. Like, did it ever happen?
I don't know when the statement was made, so I can't answer the question.
All right, well, let me ask you about the video on the couch then. Did anybody think to ask Mr. Pedrin what he meant when he said, "I have cameras in here"?
I don't know what Investigator Leinfelder or
It's nowhere in the
Fredrickson did.
investigative materials that you reviewed. Is that correct?
Excuse me?
That question posed to Mr. Pedrin is nowhere in the police reports that you reviewed in this case.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you agree that that's an important question to ask Mr. Pedrin when he's claiming to only have access to the outdoor camera?
I think he did say he had access to the outdoor camera, like you said.
Was it important to ask him why he said that he had cameras in the interior if he claimed to only have access to the outdoor camera?
I don't know what was asked.
Do you agree that just because the device is labeled kitchen, it doesn't necessarily mean it was in the kitchen?
I physically saw it in the kitchen.
You saw it in the kitchen. Okay.
I removed it from the top of the cabinet down to the countertop.
And that was the same device that was labeled kitchen later?
I would assume.
So you also agree that the login information for these types of accounts tends to remain the same. In other words, you're going to use the email address of the person who purchases the subscription?
I think that's fair.
And often use the same password as well?
I don't know what password they would use.
And Ms. Dikeman's cell phone with the apps on it would have been in your possession after Sergeant Williams or Lieutenant Williams seized it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Since Mr. Pedrin's phone was not seized, he would have presumably had access to whatever applications he had on his phone controlling these cameras. Is that correct?
Yes.
And nobody can say whether or not Mr. Pedrin was responsible for deleting those videos.
Which videos are you talking about?
Any of the videos that you testified that you saw being deleted from the application.
That is correct.
Now, Ms. Dikeman did have her phone for a couple of hours or so after Alex died. Is that correct?
I believe until Lieutenant Williams took the phone after he interviewed her.
And would you agree with me that there's zero evidence that Ms. Dikeman attempted to access or delete any videos during that time frame where she still had her phone?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
And you didn't do the search warrant of the applications on her phone until, I think, 9 days after her phone was seized. Is that correct?
There were several of them, so I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
I'm talking about the warrant to access the Genie and the Yi applications.
Right, and I think they started on the 16th of February, and there was a series of them, and all the way to like the 20th of February, I believe.
So, in that time frame before you started accessing the applications, there's no evidence that Ms. Dikeman was going in and trying to delete videos in advance of that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or anybody for that matter, correct?
Correct, I have no evidence of that.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the phone records that we didn't discuss on direct. And I'm going to start with the time that they were in the hospital, January 17th of 2023. Do you recall testifying about the fact that Ms. Dikeman was using an internet search engine to Google certain terms?
I do.
And would you agree that that appeared consistent with Googling things that are appearing on Alexavier's chart in that time frame?
I don't know what was on Alexavier's chart at that time frame.
Well, she Googles repeatedly trying to figure out what a DNR or DNI order is. Is that correct?
I think each of those was queried, yes.
Okay, and DNR meaning do not resuscitate and DNI meaning do not intubate?
That could be one definition of it, yes.
She Googled full code, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
That means efforts to resuscitate somebody if their heart stops?
Potentially, yes.
And in there was around the same time frame that she also Googled battered child syndrome.
Yes.
And you have no idea what access Ms. Dikeman had to Alexavier's medical records on either my chart or in the room at the time that she was making these Google searches. Is that correct?
I do not.
Right. Now, at the same time that she was at the hospital with Alexavier, did you note any messages between Ms. Dikeman and Mr. Pedrin where she accuses him of behaving poorly?
No, object to hearsay. This does not affect on listener.
I think it's the rule of completeness, Judge. If they're going to introduce the text from that day, we should include the rest.
I don't recall what text we introduced from that day. We did introduce the web searches,
Yeah.
but I don't recall texts.
Yeah, I don't recall any text. I recall web searches.
Okay. So, would it have been relevant to your investigation if you saw evidence of Ms. Dikeman accusing Mr. Pedrin of abuse in that time frame?
What kind of evidence?
Ms.
Dikeman confronting Mr. Pedrin about his abuse.
Your Honor, is this being offered as a hypothetical?
The hypothetical.
Getting close to the line, I think, Judge, on hearsay here.
Yep. I mean, if you offer something as a hypothetical, there should be a factual basis behind it. You can't enter it as, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did any investigator in the course of this investigation note Facebook exchanges where Ms. Dikeman confronts Mr. Pedrin about his abuse of her and the children?
Objection, hearsay.
Are you talking about at the hospital?
At any point, did anybody enter this into a police report or note that they reviewed text messages with that content.
Your Honor, again, that's, I think, hearsay and also vague.
I mean, I can read the specific text, but
Is it a text that we've already gone through, or is this something new?
some of it's new, some of it's not.
This is an entirely new text, Your Honor, that I've been provided.
Hearsay, I agree, sustained.
Was Mr. Pedrin ever questioned about what investigators learned that Ms. Dikeman had told him at the hospital?
Again, hearsay.
I'm not even asking for the content. I'm asking if he was questioned in response to.
Yeah, if he was questioned is agreeable.
About anything Ms. Dikeman said?
It's vague. I agree with that, it's vague, so I don't know what's being asked.
Was Mr. Pedrin ever questioned about any remarks Ms. Dikeman made to him about him being abusive at the hospital?
Again, I think we're,
Yeah,
they judge, but.
this is hearsay.
All right. You saw the videos of Mr. Pedrin on February 7th of 2023 where he was yelling at the children that their mother is a whore, tells Ms. Dikeman that he wants her to die, and then pulls down the curtain outside of the room.
I saw that in court, yes.
Had you seen those at all in the course of the investigation?
I don't recall.
Would you agree that Mr. Pedrin was out of control in those videos?
I would not use a term out of control. I would use angry and some other descriptors, but.
And Sergeant, is somebody who's acting like this 4 days before this child dies somebody that you were willing to rule out as a person capable of abusing him?
We didn't rule anybody out in the course of this investigation.
Is it your testimony that you have not ruled Mr. Pedrin out as of this point?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Same.
All right. So going into the state's theory, and I'm almost done, I promise. In that time frame, again, we have multiple text messages with Laura Lee Raines, multiple text messages with Rafael Porfirio. We have 2 phone calls with Ms. Raines. We have a call from Mr. Pedrin at the jail, and we have the selfie photographs that are taken in that time frame, as well as the text message to Brenda McCormick. Is this what we know about Ms. Dikeman's cell phone activity during that time frame?
That's listing a lot of stuff. I know we touched on a lot of that, but there's other things that are going on with Ms. Dikeman's cell phone that we haven't said. So like user activity, sleep, all these different things. So it's not just what you just said.
A lot going on that Ms. Dikeman is personally responding to. Fair to say?
Could you repeat it, please?
A lot of messages that Ms. Dikeman is reading, responding to, taking calls, and requires her attention with the phone.
That's fair, yes.
Now, during that same time frame, you're aware that Josie was planning this first date with Mr. Porfirio?
Yes.
And you're aware that she had arranged for her mother to take the 3 remaining kids for a couple hours for that first date the next day?
I wasn't aware of that.
At what point, Sergeant, in this evening, between these text messages, calls, etc., after Mr. Pedrin was arrested, are you asserting that Ms. Dikeman beat or drugged Alexavier to death?
Based on the statements from Josie Dikeman and taking everything into account, it was after Derek Pedrin was arrested and before she called 911.
So you're saying that at some point between 7:30 and 3 a.m. is when you're asserting this happened?
I would say yes.
So in the course of all of this, is it the theory then that Ms. Dikeman delivers a brutal beating to Alexavier, drugs him to death, and then starts responding to text messages like normal?
I don't know what like normal is. She started talking about canceling plans and
She started talking.
calling her mother
We're talking about up until 3 a.m. here.
up
And
until,
I think his testimony was originally that it was sometime before she called 911.
that's what I said.
So,
Is this a question or an argument? You can
Sure.
move on.
Sergeant, fair to say that from the phone activity at least, there was nothing to indicate that Ms. Dikeman was upset or angry with Alex.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustain.
From the phone activity, it appeared that Ms. Dikeman went to sleep for approximately 6 hours.
I don't know that.
But you're aware that the phone was inactive and the motion detector was inactive between approximately 3 a.m. and 9 a.m.?
I don't think he's testified to that, Your Honor.
Testified to the cell phone records, Judge.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead.
The phone was not used between that time frame. Where it was placed, I can't answer to that.
That would be consistent with going to sleep if the phone was inactive for 6 hours?
It's consistent with not being used.
And if this occurred the evening before, is it the state's position that Ms. Dikeman murdered Alexavier and then went to sleep for 6 hours?
I don't know that Ms. Dikeman went to sleep for 6 hours.
Beyond Mr. Pedrin's statements, you have no idea what his interactions with Alexavier were like on the evening of February 10th, 2023.
I object to that as mischaracterizing the evidence, Your Honor. I think there's been a lot of statements about what their interactions were like that night, besides what Mr. Pedrin testified to.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm not sure what period you're talking about. I mean, are you talking about before the police got there?
Before the police arrived.
Okay, you can ask that question.
Beyond Mr. Pedrin's own statements to this effect, nobody asked Mr. Pedrin whether he had become violent with Alex before the police arrived on February 10th.
So can you rephrase your question, make it a little clearer?
As before Sergeant Cernine and Deputy Paff arrived at about 7 o'clock on February 10th of 2023, you agree that nobody asked Mr. Pedrin in this investigation whether or not he had become abusive with Alex?
No, I think that has been asked. We have the interview. We have several interviews, and it's been asked of him if he's been abusive to Alex.
So, is it fair to assume that you're taking Mr. Pedrin at his word in that regard?
Your Honor, I don't think that was his statement. I think he was talking about the entirety of the statements made.
He asked if it was asked, he said no. We asked him about if he was violent. This is a different type of question. Go ahead.
Fair to assume that you took Mr. Pedrin at his word when he said that he didn't harm Alexavier?
In conjunction with all the other evidence and information obtained in this case, I don't think it's related to the death of Alexavier Pedrin.
To this day, has anybody confronted Mr. Pedrin with the evidence of him behaving abusively towards Alexavier?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained. Go ahead.
So, Sergeant, turning now to the text messages between Ms. Raines and Ms. Dikeman the morning of February 11th. It appeared to you that Ms. Raines sent a picture of a swing or some sort of child's toy.
Ms. Raines, I thought...
Ms. Raines sent a picture of that to Ms. Dikeman?
I thought it was the other way around.
Okay.
But I would have to look at it to refresh my memory.
Well, let me just ask you this. Ms. Dikeman's response was fairly innocuous about the swing or the photograph. Is that correct?
What do you mean by that?
They were discussing whether or not it would be a good sensory tool.
Yeah, I recall that, yes.
Would you agree with me that this does not appear to be the mindset of somebody who knew that she had just murdered her child?
I object to speculation.
Sustained.
Would you agree that there was no apparent alarm in Ms. Dikeman's responses in those text exchanges when they start back up around 9 a.m.?
So I missed the question. I think Attorney Zacher moved the microphone.
There was no apparent alarm in Ms. Dikeman's responses when she starts texting again at around 9 a.m.
I guess it would depend how you context alarm. These are text words that can be read and inferred.
Well, we're talking
Wait.
about the texts related to this sensory toy. Would you agree that those appeared to be completely normal?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand.
In other words, her
Different.
first response wasn't, oh my God, Alex died. Let me tell you how much I like this toy.
No.
Give me 1 minute. That's all I have for you, Sergeant. Thank you.
Need a break after lunch, okay. Let's take a little break. We'll be back in about, let's say about 5 to. We'll see you then. Guys, close the door, please. All right. We'll be back at about 5 to, a little bit before.
255, Judge?
Yeah, that's 2:55.
55, okay.
Did they just get completely messed up? Everybody's present back in the courtroom. I assume you have some redirect, but unless you're not, no redirect, that would be an awesome.
Sorry, Judge.
No.
You have redirect.
Okay, all right. Can we bring the jury in? Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jury in from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. Have your seat. The jury. Almost got you. Everybody have a seat, and we'll continue on. Okay, with redirect, go ahead, Attorney Root.
Knew that was going to happen. Thank you for your patience. Sergeant, I want to start by talking about the view from Major's room into Ms. Dikeman's room. We don't know what part of his room he was in when he saw into Ms. Dikeman's room. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And I believe that you, one moment, discussed the way that you clear a room with Attorney Zacher. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What's the purpose for using that particular method when you're clearing a room?
The specifics of the term slicing the pie is to use a corner of a door jamb, be some distance away, and to peer off of that corner to be able to see inside a room as far as you can without going past that threshold and exposing yourself. It's a tactic that we would use on basic room clearing all the way to the SWAT team.
It's used for safety.
Yes.
Was that a consideration that was on your mind when you were documenting the scene on this date and time?
No.
You talked a little bit about fingerprint analysis. Can there be issues with a piece of evidence if you want it tested both for fingerprints and DNA?
Yes.
And what can those issues be?
Well, the swabbing to get the DNA can smudge or remove fingerprints. The process of dusting for fingerprints can cause problems with getting trace DNA. you need to make a decision pretty much on which one you want to use.
And based on the circumstances in this case, it was decided that you'd send that bottle for DNA testing. Is that correct?
Correct.
The substance inside the prednisone bottle was not tested, correct?
Correct.
Based on your handling of those prednisone pills that were found in the bottom of the bag, was it your observation that the substance in the bottle was consistent with the characteristics of those chalky prednisone pills?
Based on my training, experience, and personal use of prednisone, it appeared to be the same.
Regarding the recorded phone calls, was the practice that you used with Mr. Pedrin approved by law?
Yes.
And in those conversations, did Ms. Dikeman ever accuse Derek as being the source of Alex's injuries?
Never.
She was expressing relief after she heard that there were no substances identified in his system, correct?
I didn't think it was substances. I think there was no pill fragments in his stomach is what was said.
Okay. And after that statement was made, she expressed relief?
Yes.
Regarding the information that was given to Mr. Pedrin early on in this investigation, was law enforcement giving him the entirety of what the investigation had revealed up to that point?
No, we only gave Mr. Pedrin what we wanted him to know.
And there may be reasons why you divulge parts of investigations to particular people throughout the course of it?
Yes.
But fair to say, one of the primary goals is to maintain the integrity of the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that information was shared with Mr. Pedrin on the 21st of February, was the information that your agency had from the defendant that Alex had been sleeping from 5 p.m. to sometime between 7 or 8:30 that night?
Yes, that's what Ms. Dikeman had told Lieutenant Williams.
And law enforcement had arrived around 7 p.m. that night?
Correct.
And when law enforcement was there, Alex still appeared sleepy?
Correct.
Attorney Zacher asked you about Brantley's statement that Araya slept downstairs with Ms. Dikeman that night. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But in Araya's forensic interview, did she state that she slept upstairs the night before Alex's death?
I believe she stated that she was upstairs and Brantley came up to wake her, saying that Alex was dead. And
related to looking for a paddle or a spoon or the seizure of those items, it was your testimony that you did not do that, correct?
I did not.
On the date of your search warrant at the residence, did you have the information from the children's forensic interviews that a spoon or spatula may have been used to hurt Alex?
I did not. The search occurred on February 11th, and we did not forensically interview the children until February 12th.
Certainly there were kitchen utensils in the home.
Yes.
In terms of what Alex had a history of getting into, it was Lorelei's statement that she heard Alex and Ms. Dikeman discuss him staying up to sneak out of the bed or the room. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. It was Lorelei's statement that she heard Alex and Ms. Dikeman the night of the 10th on the phone have a conversation about Alex staying up to sneak out or something along those lines.
Similar, yes.
And when Ms. Dikeman gave her statement to law enforcement, what did she specifically talk about Alex getting up in the middle of the night to sneak?
It was snacks and food, and I think it was Red Bull.
And were there statements of the children in their forensic interviews that Alex would get in trouble for lying and stealing food?
Yes.
Specifically, did Brantley say that Ms. Dikeman would kick Alex for that kind of behavior?
Sustained.
Did, in her interview, Ms. Dikeman tell Lieutenant Williams that she'd never had a problem with the kids getting into her medication before?
I believe that was stated, yes.
Also related to Lieutenant Williams, do you recall Attorney Zacher asking you about Lieutenant Williams' impressions that Derek was being untruthful about some things in the beginning of the investigation?
I don't recall.
Is it fair to say that law enforcement also had significant concerns about whether Ms. Dikeman was telling the truth in the beginning?
Improper character evidence beyond cross.
You opened the door by asking the questions about Mr. Pedrin, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Could you repeat the question?
Is it fair to say that law enforcement also had significant concerns about whether Ms. Dikeman was telling the truth in the beginning of the investigation?
I started having questions more once we did the physical examination of Alexavier's body with medical examiner Beth Levinsky. Having some of that information from Lieutenant Williams of his interview, I started having concerns, yes.
Do you remember being questioned about whether or why Laura Lee's son was not interviewed about the leg break?
Yes.
But was Laura Lee's statement to law enforcement that her son didn't actually witness the fall, but that Major told him about it?
Correct.
And at the time of Laura Lee's interview, the information law enforcement had from Major's forensic interview was that he hadn't witnessed the fall either, but another child had told him about it. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Is it fair to say there would have been a pretty insignificant amount of evidentiary value in having a child forensically interviewed about something he heard third hand?
Correct.
Attorney Zacher also brought up the information you put in your report about what Laura Lee's aunt said, correct?
Yes.
But the comment that was included in your report, that was her statement, not yours, correct?
Correct.
You were including it in your report to provide an accurate summary of who you talked to that day and what they said?
Correct.
And of course, your police report is just a summary of that entire interview.
That is correct.
You were also asked by Attorney Zacher about statements Ms. Ehlers made to law enforcement about a video sent to Laura Lee. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were present for that interview with Ms. Ehlers on the 14th of February, correct?
Correct.
And it's true that Ms. Ehlers had never actually seen that video with her own eyes, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
But she had been recently made aware that such a video existed?
Could you repeat the question?
Was it Ms. Ehlers' statement that she had recently been made aware that a video like that existed?
Can you clarify which video you're talking about, please?
Just at this point that there was a video that may show Mr. Pedrin hurting Alex.
Correct.
When Attorney Zacher asked you about Ms. Ehlers' statement on the video, he described it along the lines as Mr. Pedrin having his hands around Alex's neck and Alex up against a wall, correct?
Correct.
That insinuates that there was both a video that we've already discussed about Alex in the car and then one with him up against a wall, correct?
Correct.
But in Ms. Ehlers' statement to law enforcement regarding that video, she never said Alex was up against a wall, correct?
No.
She said that Mr. Pedrin put his hand around Alex's neck, and then the video shows him screaming, correct?
Yes.
And that fits the characteristic of the video that we've seen in court, although you may not agree with the conclusion of what happened in that video. Is that correct?
Yes, we're talking about the van video.
You were also asked questions about Laura Lee emailing you a video she had of Derek hurting Alex. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But then there was an issue with your download of that video.
Yes.
Did you document that you had an issue downloading that video in a report?
Yes, I did.
Part of Exhibit 5. Sergeant, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Exhibit 144, and then also a document that was previously admitted as part of Exhibit 5. I'll ask you some questions about them briefly, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 144? And I'm going to be specifically addressing the portion of the document that's under your name.
Yes, this is a written report that I authored March 30, no, I'm sorry, right around March 24th of 2023.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the report that you wrote related to the email and download issue with the content from Laura Lee?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 144. I'm just going to use it for a very limited purpose.
No objection.
Be received.
Sergeant, does the email indicate the file name of the .mov file that Ms. Pedrin attempted to send to you?
That Ms. Raines tried sending to me?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes, it does.
And what is that file name?
IMG_6527.mov.
And then if I can have you refer to the page of Exhibit 5. Is this a listing of the videos we previously watched, including the file name and the media created date?
Yes.
And from your recollection, does the video of the car incident relate to the video dated May 25th, 2022?
Yes.
And Investigator, can you please tell us the file name associated with that video?
Shows media created 5/25 of 22 at 1:42 p.m. File name IMG 6527.mov.
The same file name as the file that was emailed to you by Laura Lee, correct?
Correct.
And the video contained in Exhibit 5, the source of that was the Google search warrant return from Ms. Dikeman's account, correct?
Yes.
Never been evidence of another video or specifics of another video of Mr. Pedrin allegedly hurting Alexavier. Is that correct?
Correct. I have not seen one.
Speaking of the cameras in the home, you know that Ms. Dikeman had access to the cameras based on the contents of her phone, correct?
Correct.
And is it possible for an account holder to give others access to specific cameras in the home, but not access to the entire account?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I already asked a hypothetical about this, Judge, by Attorney Zacher.
It's asking for him to give an expert opinion on
No.
is it possible under these cameras to no foundation.
Please use the microphone, and I'm going to allow her to ask the question, understanding that this is a follow-up on the hypothetical about multiple people using, and I don't know if he would know in this situation, or he's generally in this situation. Wait, can I ask you a question? You're asking him whether people can separate cameras off?
Yes, if an account holder, an admin holder can give access to certain features and not others.
He does not have expertise in that area.
He does not, Your Honor, but I think he has human experience related to that. And again, I think the
You'd
door is
have to
open.
establish foundation. I'm going to sustain the objection the more I think about it. Go ahead.
Sergeant, according to Attorney Zacher's question, it was Mr. Pedrin who was complaining to law enforcement about videos not being collected by law enforcement, correct?
I believe so.
And related to documenting phone calls with a party in a case, is it law enforcement's practice to document every interaction you may have?
No.
What kind of phone calls or communication is it in your experience likely that law enforcement may not document?
When you're listening to jail phone calls, you would document information that would be relative to the case if you've heard it. There's a lot of personal messages that come back and forth. There's other inmates that use people's PINs and identifying information, so it's not even them talking on the phone. It's somebody totally different. Listening to jail phone calls is extremely time-consuming and doesn't always reveal much because they're told that they're being recorded right from the get-go as soon as they get on the line.
What about when law enforcement is calling someone to set up a time to meet? Is that a situation where they may not do a report on that phone call?
We would not do a report on that phone call. We would, probably note it in the report that you met up with this person at this date and time.
Talking a little bit about the source of the Xanax and the conversations relating to prescription pills. Mr. Pedrin was originally asked about Xanax in April of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when asked about that, he admitted that he bought it for Ms. Dikeman, correct?
Yes.
And in some of the videos reviewed in court, we saw Mr. Pedrin confront Ms. Dikeman about Xanax use, correct?
Yes.
And those videos would have been recorded a substantial period of time before we would ever know that we were here looking for the source of Xanax that caused the death of a child.
Correct.
Regarding the review of evidence related to the source of Xanax, did you review information that there were messages on Becky Ehler's phone documenting that she had access to prescriptions that weren't her own?
Judge, objection beyond this cross asked and answered.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Based on the review done of Ms. Ehler's phone, was there communication that she had access to prescription medications that weren't home?
Same objection, hearsay, or hearsay and confrontation.
She had access to what?
Prescription medications?
It's an out-of-court statement by Ms. Ehlers offered for the truth of the matter.
There's a question of source of, throughout your questioning, was the source that they were investigating sources of other medications, specifically Xanax. I'll allow the question to be asked. Go ahead.
Yes.
And were there also messages, including those from Ms. Dikeman, indicating that she would send, and I'll ask you specifically about the messages relating to Ms. Dikeman, that she would send Mr. Pedrin to pick up things from Ms. Ehlers?
Yes.
I want to move on to kind of this motive and theory of the case that Attorney Zacher discussed with you quite a bit, okay? Attorney Zacher asked you a question, or asked if you had questioned why Ms. Dikeman would do something like this. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that it's hard to understand why anybody would hurt a child like this?
That's very fair.
But we know that, unfortunately, these things happen.
Correct.
And in the beginning, as documented in those search warrant affidavits, this was being investigated as an accidental overdose, correct?
Yes.
And based on the statements made by Ms. Dikeman in conjunction with the information you had at the time, was it the working theory that the defendant didn't have the opportunity to cause Alex's injuries given the times that Ms. Dikeman said he was sleeping that night?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So based on the statements made by Ms. Dikeman, in conjunction with the information that you had at the time, given what the investigation had revealed so far, was it your working theory at some point that the defendant didn't have the opportunity, or excuse me, that Mr. Pedrin didn't have the opportunity to cause Alex's injuries, given the defendant's statements that Alex had been sleeping from 5 p.m. to sometime between 7 and 8:30 p.m.?
Right, that was the information we had at the time. So it's called in as a child overdose death. Josie Dikeman expressed to Lieutenant Williams that Alex was sleeping between 5 to 7, 8 o'clock. We know that Derek Pedrin was arrested. I know that Derek Pedrin was taken to the La Crosse County Jail, and he did not escape that night. In that Derek was out of play based on the statements from Ms. Dikeman.
And you were also asked by Attorney Zacher if Mr. Pedrin could have given Alex the Xanax that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your life of experience, do you have experience with taking prescription medications?
Yes.
And is it your experience that unless there's a specific purpose for it, medications are usually designed to take effect rather quickly?
Objection, speculation, lack of foundation, beyond the scope of cross.
If you can lay a little bit more foundation about what you're asking exactly.
Do most medications take days or hours to go into effect?
They take usually less than hours to go into effect.
And who was the adult in the home supervising Alex after Mr. Pedrin was arrested that night?
Josie Dikeman.
And so she would have been the one with the opportunity to review or to notice any symptoms that Alex was experiencing that night. Is that correct?
Objection, speculation, lack of foundation, beyond the scope.
Overruled.
That is correct. Ms. Dikeman was in the home and would be able to observe any changes in Alex's level of consciousness.
And Ms. Dikeman identified the bag of medications and the empty pill bottles as hers, correct?
Yes,
And it was her statement to law enforcement that she had assumed Alex had gotten into that bag and into those medications.
yes, that's what she said.
Did she at any time state that she had viewed the medications or the pill bottle out prior to Mr. Pedrin being arrested on the 10th of February?
She did not. I believe she even told Lieutenant Williams that they were hidden.
And being the adult in the situation, the safekeeping of her medication is her responsibility, correct?
Judge, objection calls for a legal conclusion.
It's I'm going to sustain the objection on the basis that these are basically asked and answered. Go ahead.
Your job to consider all these things when you're identifying who could have caused the injuries to Alex, correct?
Yes,
And you're aware of the stipulation that was read to the jury related to the 2011 and 2013 situations?
yes, I am.
Did you have that information when you were conducting your investigation and identifying who could have been the cause of Alexavier's injuries and overdose?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this is
Sustained.
propensity.
Sustained.
Judge, I understand. Yep, I understand.
Go on.
I just want to say I was specifically directing it to identity.
Yeah, sustained. I'm going to reread the warning if you keep on going on this. Keep on going. Move on, please.
There was testimony by Ms. Dikeman that Alex had woken up that evening after Derek was arrested and he was feeling better, correct?
Are you talking about Ms. Dikeman's interview?
Yes, statements. Thank you for that correction.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. There are statements by Ms. Dikeman that Alex woke up sometime between 7 and 8:30 and he was feeling better.
Correct.
And then we had the statements by Laura Lee that she heard Alex on the phone around 10:45 that night, correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Dikeman told law enforcement that she was up with Alex until 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
She didn't indicate to law enforcement that he was showing any symptoms of anything before he fell asleep, correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Dikeman and Raphael stopped their communication around 2 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
That would have been an hour before Ms. Dikeman says she fell asleep and the time when she said she last saw Alex okay.
That's correct.
We're talking about something like motive. Sergeant, does it go to motive if Ms. Dikeman wants to get some sleep before her date the next day and Alex won't let her?
Objection, argumentative, beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Speculation.
Overruled.
I think that's very plausible, yes.
And does it go to motive if Alex is up getting into cotton candy or Red Bull instead of going to bed?
Yes.
Given the evidence of the timeline from all aspects of this case, including the cell phone data and Ms. Dikeman's statement, your own concerns that you've noted for staging, is this what led you to believe who was ultimately responsible for Alex's injuries and then subsequent death?
Objection, his personal opinion about this is not relevant.
He was asked several times about his working theory, Your Honor.
Yep. Overruled.
Yes, that Josie Dikeman caused the death of Alexavier Pedrin.
Thank you.
Recross?
Very, very brief, Judge. In the video that Ms. Rude referenced about the conversation on the couch discussing Xanax, do you recall just being asked about that?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Dikeman, in fact, in that video, repeatedly confronts Derek about buying and taking Xanax from his friend. Is that correct?
I recall that, yes.
There was a second search warrant executed on the home after the February 11th search. Is that correct?
Yes.
And am I correct in assuming that no paddles, spatulas, or spoons were seized during that search warrant application as well?
Correct, there was none seized.
Sergeant, are you aware of what time Ms. Dikeman was supposed to meet Mr. Porfirio for the date the next day?
I thought it was sometime mid-morning from what I can recall.
If I told you 11 o'clock, does that sound accurate?
I'm going to object.
I don't know if he recalls.
Okay. Do you recall?
No, I just recall sometime mid-morning, I thought.
And Alex had been living with Josie for years by the point of February 10th. Is that correct?
I don't know how long, but he had been living with Josie and Derek Pedrin, yes.
And you don't know whether or not Alex was awake and up and keeping Josie up. Is that correct?
At what time?
By 3 a.m.
Josie Dikeman said that he was asleep. He went to sleep at 3 a.m. That's what she told Lieutenant Williams.
And once more, the children in the home did not describe a violent beating or an intentional overdose inside of that bedroom when Alex went to sleep?
I don't think Alex would have been asleep when that would have occurred.
You have no idea whether or not Alex actually got into cotton candy or food or anything that evening. Is that correct?
There was so much food and particles around, I cannot tell you exactly what he got into or did not get into.
And let me ask you one that I forgot to clarify earlier. Would you agree with me that having overripe bananas in your home is not evidence of neglect?
In itself, no.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Nothing on that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can you step down? State have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor. State rests.
Okay. With the state resting, and we need a few minutes to discuss some things, I'm not sure we're going to go back to testimony or not. I'm going to figure that out if you could. Again, today I'm going to try to still end by 4:30. Tomorrow we might go a little bit later, till 6. I'm not sure you think that's a little bit. But let me find out what's going on, and then we'll go from there, okay? Oh, yeah. Tomorrow over here, too. Yeah, Kevin, if you grab that door, that'd be great. Thank you. All right, everybody may be seated. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all standing. State rests. Could we do a witness today?
I have one witness that it would be particularly appropriate to handle today. The witness, well, actually, can I make an offer of proof via sidebar with opposing counsel?
Sure. Thank you. As far as that sidebar goes, it was about the next witness. We'll talk about that in a second. Why don't you go ahead and bring your motion?
Your Honor, at this point, we move for a directive verdict of acquittal. Specific to count 1, there's absolutely no evidence that Ms. Dikeman or anybody had intent to kill Alexavier Pedrin. The state's own pathologist testified to that. Other witnesses testified to that. The state's own pathologist says that Alexavier's symptomology is very consistent with a drug overdose and consistent with an accidental overdose. He can't rule that out as the cause of death. In fact, what Dr. Quinton testified to was that Xanax, practically speaking, was required to cause death in this case. That's not consistent with intent to kill, not under the facts that the state has introduced here. And no reasonable jury can find otherwise that this doesn't constitute a reasonable doubt. The same thing applies to count 3. If Xanax overdose is required to cause death, as Dr. Quinton testified to, then the state can't overcome the burden of showing that the physical abuse itself caused death. That's an element of the statute. That has not been met. No reasonable jury can infer otherwise that there's not a reasonable doubt. Practically speaking, until Sergeant Amundsen testified, there's no apparent theory or theme at all for what the state believes happened here. They're just saying she did it. We don't know how, but fill in the blanks as to when either the beating or the overdose or anything else happened and how that happened, with no apparent witnesses. It's based entirely on bad feelings. Testimony about Ms. Dikeman not crying enough, testimony about a domestic abuse victim not speaking out enough, and the fact that Sergeant Amundsen testified that they're still investigating Mr. Pedrin as a source of the drugs that overdosed or that Alexavier overdosed on is reasonable doubt in and of itself. This is another suspect they haven't ruled out on that route. So I don't believe that there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt as to count 2 as well. We're moving the court to direct verdicts of acquittal on all 3 counts.
Counsel?
I'll take them backwards. On count 3, there's ample evidence. The children's forensic interviews alone establish repeated abuse by this defendant towards Alexavier Pedrin. The repeated acts have been established multiple times over and over again. The photographs alone demonstrate that this child received a beating that no human being, no child would ever deserve. I mean, the bruises are head to toe on this particular child. The internal injuries are significant. They're so significant that Dr. Quinton listed the internal injuries as one of the predominant causes of death. He sequenced them the opposite way that defense counsel mentions. And he looked at the child as a whole, which is the way one is supposed to look at this case, is all the evidence as a whole. Don't separate out the Xanax and talk about just the Xanax. Don't separate out the physical abuse and talk about just the physical abuse. Look at all of it in the totality of the circumstances, which is exactly what Dr. Quinton testified to. What counsel fails to recognize on count 3 also is that the intentional administration of a drug constitutes physical abuse of a child. Impairment of a child's physical condition is one of the elements of bodily harm under Wisconsin law. So therefore, even the administration of Xanax can constitute the act resulting in the death of this child under that crime. So the state can establish count 3 a multitude of ways. Count 2, we can also establish it because a person who is responsible for the welfare of a child, she was entrusted with the safety and welfare of this child and is administering a drug to the child, should be watching over that child carefully and making sure that that child is safe and okay. She doesn't. All inferences are that she goes to bed after that. With regards to count 1, intent can be inferred by all the acts and circumstances together. You have photographs demonstrating the beating of a lifetime was administered to this child, and we have ample evidence demonstrating that a drug was intentionally administered to this child, and then a scene was developed afterwards to try and cover up what was done to this child. Those are all intentional acts. A reasonable jury could infer that. If they don't infer that, they can consider lesser included offenses, which are also available under Wisconsin law. Right now, the court is under the obligation of looking at the evidence in the most favorable light to the state. In the most favorable light to the state, we've met our burden.
Yeah, the court agrees that in the most favorable light of the state that you could establish the elements for all 3 counts. I'm not going to go through them each, but there are arguments. The question really becomes beyond a reasonable doubt. But at this point in time, a reasonable jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt, if the light most favorable to the state, that all 3 counts could be proved. Having said that, the court's denying the directed verdict. So what we are about to do is start the defense case. There is a discussion about the next witness being protected under certain aspects of the statute. The court's going to treat her, she's not a victim of this case, but potentially other things without going into complete detail. Because of that, I'm asking the media, please do not show that individual's face in this particular situation. So what we will do is bring in the jury, we'll call the next witness, and we'll go from there. Anything further from our defense before we start, since we're switching the beginning?
No, you are.
The state?
No.
Okay, let's bring the jury in. All right, everybody may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, that the state has concluded their case. They have rested. At this point, the defense is going to be calling a witness. We're going to try to get one more witness in before we end today. I'm going to go ahead and call your next witness, your first witness, I should say.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll call Misty Craig.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You proceed, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. Afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Misty Craig, C-R-A-I-G.
I'm going to start by asking you, are you here because I've served you a subpoena requiring you to appear?
Yes,
Do you know Derek Pedrin?
I do.
How do you know Derek Pedrin?
He is the father of my child.
Okay. Were you one time in a relationship with him?
Yes.
Are you currently in a romantic relationship with Mr. Pedrin?
No.
So I want to talk to you just a little bit about some of what we heard earlier. You know Laura Lee Raines?
I do.
And is Ms. Raines active in co-parenting your son with Mr. Pedrin?
Absolutely not.
So I want to talk to you about your relationship. How long approximately did you date Derek for?
We were together for a year before I left. And then we were probably apart for maybe a little over a month. I found out I was pregnant, and we tried to make it work. And then for probably another year.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you and Derek talk about getting married?
Yes.
Did Derek propose to you?
Yes.
Did he give you an engagement ring?
Yes,
And just so we're clear, you understand the difference between an engagement ring and a promise ring?
yes, I do.
Was this a promise ring in your estimation?
No,
All right. At some point, did you become aware that Derek was getting married to Laura Lee Raines?
yes, I did.
And how did you feel about that when that happened?
It broke my heart.
Were you upset with him?
Yes,
Did you talk to Derek at all about why he was marrying Laura Lee Raines?
I asked a couple times.
And did Derek reference at any point the need to marry her in order to protect himself in the course of this trial?
I didn't hear that come out of his mouth directly, no.
Did you ask Derek about why he was marrying Laura Lee?
I've asked him a couple times, yeah.
And you recall Derek saying something to the effect that he needed to protect himself in this case?
Again, not directly to me. Did he ever say that? I always got told it was because I left him and he was there.
Now, do you recall saying that Derek, or do you recall Derek telling you that he fucked up by telling you that he was getting married to Laura Lee for the purposes of the trial?
I remember him that one time he did just say that he said too much just because of the trial coming.
And do you recall Derek telling you that he needed to marry Laura Lee so that the two of them couldn't testify against one another?
I do not recall that.
Did you have a discussion with Derek's stepmother at all after he married Laura Lee about why the two of you got married, or why the two of them got married?
Yes, I do know that we used to communicate.
Okay. And did you tell Derek's stepmother that Derek admitted to marrying Laura Lee for that purpose, for the trial stuff with Alex?
I don't recall that text message.
Would it help your memory if I showed you a copy of that?
Okay.
This is 271.
Okay.
Yeah. Just so you know, there was one that we used 271 for, I think, so we're reusing that number for a different exhibit.
So, Ms. Craig, I'm showing you 271. Why don't you give that a read and just let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Do you remember telling Derek's stepmother what he had said about marrying Laura Lee?
Where he said that he admitted it was a little of both.
A little bit of both, meaning part of this was for the trial with Alex, and part of this was for because he loved her.
Yes, and when I did question him about that, he said because Laura Lee has been in Alex's life since day one, she knows all about it. She's still a part of his other kid's life.
Okay. Do you recall telling Derek's stepmother that he blew up at you and said that he fucked up by telling you that he was marrying Laura Lee in part because of the trial?
I don't recall me saying that directly to her, no.
Do you recall Derek telling you that the two of you would be together in the long run?
Yes.
And he said this to you as he was marrying Laura Lee. Is that correct?
There was a good chunk of time from when I left. I found out that he was with Laura Lee to when he got married that we weren't really speaking. But shortly after he got married, yes.
I'm going to staple an exhibit here, have it marked just for refreshing recollection.
Have a copy.
sequence of text messages between you and Ms. Baker. Why don't you give that a read?
Okay. Oh, you.
Do you recall that text exchange with Ms. Baker?
Yes.
And it looks like you're talking about a couple of different things at the same time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
So you're asked by Ms. Baker at the beginning whether or not he told you that he was marrying. It says Jer, J-E-R. I assume that means her.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Because of the court stuff with Alex. You respond initially talking about trying to have a civil discussion about dividing property. Is that correct?
Yes.
But after that, there's a separate paragraph, and you say, yeah, and then said he fucked up by telling me that.
Yeah.
Not what it says.
He fucked go by telling me that.
My bad. Yeah.
Okay. Is go supposed to be up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Thank you. Offer 272.
Be received.
Ms. Craig, at some point, did Derek learn that you had received a subpoena from my office?
Yes.
And did Derek tell you that our subpoena was not valid?
He said that he didn't think that mine was going to be used.
Okay. Has Derek ever threatened you with harm if you talked about Alex?
Yes, sir.
And what did Derek say?
That if I talked about Alex or the trial, that he would cut my head off and send it to my mom in a box.
Has law enforcement ever interviewed you as a victim as a result of that?
No.
And I know, just for the record, you've got a co-parent with Derek. I appreciate that you don't want to be here, and I've compelled you to be here. Is Derek present in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Craig.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Craig, you ended off by saying that you did not want to be here. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. Tough situation that you're in right now. Is that also fair to you?
Correct.
I want to go through the timeline that the defense kind of sped through really fast regarding your relationship with Derek, okay, and the child. Can we start there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How long were you seeing Derek from the beginning before you knew you were pregnant?
A year.
About a year?
Mm-hmm.
And then you broke up with Derek, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about the observations you made of Derek's relationship with Laura Lee Raines during that 1 year that you were seeing Derek.
I met Laura Lee one time. Derek could just tell that her and I didn't get along. So as far as I was being told, there wasn't really any communication between the two of them. She might have taken the kids once. I can't quite remember. But she was never around for birthday parties or anything like that. I didn't know there was any communication.
At some point you met with an investigator with the district attorney's office, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described Derek having a very strong connection with Laura Lee, is that fair?
Yeah, because they share, they know, she knows Alex. She's been there with the family. I wasn't in the state when any of this happened. I never got to meet Alex.
And to your knowledge and what you shared with the investigators is that Derek has come to rely on Laura Lee a great deal when it comes to Alex, is that correct?
When it comes to Alex?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
The trauma associated with this case and the loss of Alex. That's something he talks to Laura Lee a lot about.
That I don't know.
You don't know. You were asked by the investigators when you met with them about what marital privilege was, is that correct?
Correct.
And you didn't know what marital privilege was at the time you met with the investigators, is that fair?
Correct.
The investigators had to actually explain to you what marital privilege was.
Yes.
And after the investigators explained to you what marital privilege was, you told the investigators that you never heard Derek say that he was going to assert marital privilege. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you also told the investigators that you never heard anything about Laura Lee asserting marital privilege. Is that correct?
Correct.
You actually brought up a conversation that was overheard by other people talking about marital privilege and their marriage as the source of that discussion. Do you recall that?
I do not recall.
Okay. Derek's in the room right now. We've all talked about that. I'm going to talk to you about something else you said to the investigators, okay? When the investigators brought up marital privilege to you and whether or not Derek could assert marital privilege, you told the investigators you didn't think he was smart enough to even know what that was. Isn't that right?
Yes, as in I didn't think like that went through his head for the reason of getting married.
And the time when Derek got married, you and Derek were not together when he got married to Laura Lee, correct?
We were not in a relationship, correct?
You were not in a relationship. And you had not been in a relationship for about a month, isn't that correct?
Correct.
You were pregnant at that time, you just didn't know that you were pregnant at the time, is that fair?
Yeah, by the time I found out, I was already 3 months pregnant.
Derek's made threats to you regarding Alexavier. You just told us that, correct?
Correct.
Threats that are violent?
Correct.
They weren't associated with you testifying in this case, though, were they?
No.
They were associated with you talking about Alexavier, isn't that fair?
Correct.
Okay. They had nothing to do with this case or this trial.
He just didn't want me to bring up anything about Alex or the case.
He just didn't want you to talk about it.
Correct.
And even talking about it was something that made Derek very angry.
Yes.
Okay. And he said things that no human being should say to you, isn't that right?
Correct.
Okay, but it had nothing to do with this trial or you coming and testifying in this trial, isn't that right?
Correct.
Defense counsel asked you a question about the subpoena you received, and he made it sound like Derek told you you don't have to comply with that subpoena, isn't that right?
Yes.
The reality is, what Derek said to you is he didn't think you had anything to talk about with regards to this case, isn't that right?
Correct, because a different incident wasn't.
Were you living in the state at the time that Alexavier died?
No, I was not.
Were you involved with Derek Pedrin at the time that Alexavier died?
No, I was not.
Did you even know who Derek Pedrin was at the time that Alexavier Pedrin died?
No, I did not.
Okay, outside of your child that you have with Derek and the relationship that you had with him at some point, do you have anything relevant to offer with regards to the actual death of Alexavier Pedrin?
No, I do not.
There was a time when you were seeing Mr. Pedrin and he was involved with both of you and Laura Lee, is that correct?
Correct.
You caught him messaging Laura Lee?
For a period of almost a year and a half, yes.
Okay, so he was involved with you and he was involved with Laura Lee at the exact same time, correct?
Yes.
And he's trying to give you reasons why he's involved with you, which is he loves you, right? And he wants to be with you and he has a future with you?
Yes.
And he's also trying to justify to you why he's involved with Laura Lee, isn't that right?
Yes.
And he's telling you a lot of things, isn't he?
Yes.
About why. He's giving you many, many different excuses why he's trying to stay with Laura Lee, isn't that right?
Well, usually when he would get caught, he'd give me reasons as to why he still talks to her, but they're not together.
But he would give you many reasons,
Yes.
fair? None of the reasons that he ever gave you directly was this case, correct?
No.
None of the reasons that he ever gave you was trying to keep Laura Lee from taking the stand and testifying, isn't that right?
Correct, that's right.
You had some of your own reasons you thought he may be seeing Laura Lee, isn't that right, after you and he broke up?
Yes.
He didn't have a place to stay, did he?
No.
And you thought he maybe was moving in with Laura Lee and starting a relationship with Laura Lee so he had a place to stay?
Yes.
He didn't have a car or a ride to work or a way to get around, did he?
He wasn't able to drive, no.
Okay. And so you believe that he was also staying with Laura Lee for a car or transportation or a way to get around, isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Craig, I just want to make sure I understand everything that you've told us today. Derek Pedrin has not once threatened you to not come into this court and testify, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
He has never once told you that he married Laura Lee to keep her from taking the stand.
Correct.
If you're going to repeat all the questions you said, I'm going to sustain these asked and answered.
Okay.
Anything new?
That's all I have. Thank you very much, Ms. Craig.
Redirect?
Were you upset when Derek told you that he was marrying Laura Lee in part because of the Alex trial stuff?
He didn't tell me that he was marrying her for the trial.
Is that what you said in your text message to Ms. Baker?
I said that he said it was a little of both, as into she's been there with him, with Alex, since he was born.
But you recalled the first part of that text message referencing her asking you if you got married because of the trial stuff with Alex?
Yes.
And your response saying that it was a little bit of both?
Yes, but that wasn't him saying that he got married to her for that.
Now, can you recall your testimony that Derek said that he fucked up by telling you that he was marrying Laura Lee in part because of the trial stuff?
He didn't tell me that he was marrying her because of the trial stuff. He just said that they had a bond because of the Alex stuff and the trial.
Is that the text message that you sent to Ms. Baker, that you said that Derek said he fucked up by telling you that?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Anything further?
Nothing on that?
All right, thank you. I think I handed you.
No. Thank you.
Because we actually have a witness that might be 5 minutes or less if we want to go.
If it's 5 minutes.
I don't know that any witness in this case has ever been 5
I
minutes.
know. That's what I'm a little hesitant.
Judge, I would ask.
It'll be a very brief.
Okay.
I don't know who it is. I don't have any information, so I don't know if that's true.
Who are you thinking?
Justin Bledo.
I'd ask that we put this over till tomorrow.
Okay.
I have literally like 4 questions for him.
All right, we are behind, so I would prefer to get it. Can we do one more witness? Everybody's shaking their heads, yes. Let's do one more witness. Go ahead.
Can we have just a brief sidebar on this, just real quick?
Sure.
All right. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Justin Bledo, Justin Bellido.
Do you know Derek Pedrin?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Pedrin?
Worked at ShipShape together.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bledo, did you come forward to our office while this trial was pending?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I knew Derek was lying.
So I'm going to ask you.
Object, I'm asked that that be stricken.
I'll be struck. Go ahead.
Sure. Mr. Bledo, did you ever have a conversation with Mr. Pedrin about whether or not he was consuming Xanax before working at ShipShape?
Yes.
What did Mr. Pedrin tell you?
That he would often take Xanax before work.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Pedrin or the restroom at ShipShape after Mr. Pedrin was done using it?
A white residue is what I discovered one time after he left.
Okay. And did Derek ever say anything about popping his daughter in the mouth?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
Well, it wasn't to me directly. I overheard.
Hear it.
Object,
Yep.
this is hearsay then.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, I'm sustaining with hearsay unless he actually heard it come from Mr. Pedrin.
Did you
I
hear
did.
Mr. Pedrin say this?
Yes.
What did you hear Mr. Pedrin say?
That he popped his daughter, I want to say, in the mouth.
What did you take that to mean?
Sorry?
What did you take that to mean?
That he put his hands on his daughter.
Okay. And Mr. Bledo, it looks like that you've been convicted of 2 counts or 2 crimes. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you reach out to my office to provide me with this information when the trial was underway?
Yes.
All the questions I have for you, sir.
Okay, Cross?
You were fired from the place that you worked with Mr. Pedrin, isn't that correct?
When it
Fired
said,
from ShipShape, weren't you?
I had a choice.
No, you had a choice to leave or they were going to fire you. That's the choice, correct?
Yes.
So that's being fired,
Yes.
right? You agree with me?
Yes.
You said you have 2 criminal convictions, correct?
Yes.
Did that involve another employer?
Yes.
And that was after ShipShape, correct?
No.
Amazon was not after ShipShape?
I believe I worked for Amazon before ShipShape.
Are you sure about that? As you sit there right now under oath.
If I'm not mistaken,
If the criminal complaint from your 2 convictions says 2023, 2024,
that would be right.
that'd be right. So it'd be, ShipShape would be before that,
ShipShape I worked at ShipShape 24 to 25.
24 to 25.
Right.
So Mr. Pedrin made statements to you about Xanax 24 to 25 after this took place?
After what took place?
After the death of his child? That's what you're
Yes.
telling us? He made these statements in 24 to 25 about Xanax.
Right.
By the way, you left, you were fired from ShipShape because of your drug use at that employer, isn't that right?
Beyond the scope, relevance.
It's very relevant, it goes to motive.
Okay. Sustain, overruled, excuse me.
You were fired from ShipShape because you were using drugs, and you were caught using drugs, and you were given the choice to stay or go.
Incorrect.
Incorrect?
Yes.
What was the reason?
I took 2 weeks off to attend a work conference and for my girlfriend and up in the cities. And Brandon, my boss, forgot he gave me those weeks off and returned back, and Derek told me I was fired.
Are you sure the reason wasn't drugs?
Yes.
Are you sure that's what your employment records would show?
Objection, badgering the witness, beyond the scope, asked and answered.
You know what your employment records would show?
I don't.
Would you be surprised to know that they're drugs?
Yes.
When did Derek make these statements in 2024 to 2025?
I don't know exactly.
You don't know exactly.
Right.
Okay. You knew about this case, though, right?
I did not know about the case beforehand until Derek told me about it.
Derek told you about the case, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't like Derek because Derek got you fired, right?
No.
You just said Derek's the one that fired you.
Derek's the one who told me I was fired.
Derek's the one that told you were fired. He's a manager, right?
Supervisor.
Supervisor. He supervises you, right? You were one of the people he supervised.
Yeah.
And he told you were fired.
He was relaying a message from my boss, yes.
Relaying the message from the bosses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after he relays this message from the bosses, you don't go and tell law enforcement, the police, about what he said regarding this case, do you?
No.
You could have told the police, right?
Right.
You could have made the choice to tell law enforcement so they could actually investigate what you said. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Instead, you chose to tell the defense team, isn't that right?
Yes.
You chose to tell the defense team rather than people that could actually look into what you said and verify what you said and whether or not it's truthful or not, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you chose them, not these individuals who are sworn investigators, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Thanks. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Bledo, did you want to get involved in all of this?
No.
When did you reach out to my office?
A week ago, maybe? Can't tell you exactly.
And did it have anything to do with the fact that Mr. Pedrin and you worked together in the past?
No.
Did you feel some moral obligation to reach out to somebody when you saw what Derek was saying?
Yeah.
Did you even know that Xanax was an issue in Alexavier's death before this trial began?
No.
And did you reach out to us and tell us that Derek had admitted to using Xanax because you thought it was the right thing to do?
Yes.
Who's creating your employment records at ShipShape?
Say that again, sorry?
Was Derek involved in creating your employment records at ShipShape?
I'm not sure.
Sure. That's all I have.
Nothing.
All right, thank you, sir. May step down. Okay.
Mr. Bledo is released. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we are done for the day. We'll start back up at 8:30. Please don't talk about the case. I will, if you need something, let us know. I understand you did the right thing by asking for Tylenol, by the way. If anybody needs it, just let us know. I actually have some. So, all right, thank you. So let's talk a little bit about the sidebars that were quickly done. There was the one right before Ms. Craig. I think we put that on the record somewhat, that there was a concern about other things, so I asked the media not to show her. The other issue is Mr. Bledo. There was a sidebar. Apparently, Mr. Bledo is not on the witness list, but was called for rebuttal basis. I allowed it to happen. I don't know if the state found anything more than those two.
Judge, I didn't have an opportunity to, but had I had the name, I could have, his crimes involved his workforce and where he worked and stealing from his work, which I think it goes directly to the issue here. And had I at least had the name, I could have looked into that and addressed it a little bit further than I did on the record. The other thing I'm going to ask is that his comment regarding striking the daughter in the face be totally struck from the record and the jury be told to disregard it tomorrow. That's an unalleged other act. I was under the impression that he was testifying because he worked with Mr. Pedrin before these incidents took place. That's a situation that clearly took place after the fact, or there's no time sequence given to it. So I'm asking that that be completely struck from the record and that jury be instructed to disregard the comments regarding Mr. Pedrin striking his daughter in the face, whatever that means.
Judge, I asked him on his cross-examination whether or not he had acknowledged to any co-workers or former co-workers of physically abusing his children, and he denied it. This is impeachment.
Let me think about that one, because we don't know. It obviously happened after the fact, because the other problem is that this is somewhat a solicited witness from the fact there's testimony that's going on. Let me think about it, okay?
My only other request then is I don't know if there's any other rebuttal witnesses that are not on the witness list, but I'd at least like to run them and have some information.
Are there any other rebuttal witnesses that are not listed on your list?
I don't think so, but that is by no means a requirement of the statute, and I don't typically disclose my rebuttal or impeachment witnesses until they're called.
And Ms. Craig was not on your list, right?
Correct.
Okay. I don't think she was on anybody's list.
True.
Correct. Okay. Let's talk about tomorrow. I don't know if the state defense is willing to share who you're calling tomorrow or not.
We're going to start with Dr. Enders, I believe.
Dr. Enders. And I know that Dr. I'm sorry, I'm just.
Dr. Christensen is on Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning. Okay. Is Dr. Enders going to take all morning?
I don't know.
And then as far as other witnesses go, you have a whole day of witnesses, I hope?
Yes.
All right. Okay, like I said, I'm going to go probably more like 5:30 to 6 tomorrow, trying to get us as many witnesses as possible tomorrow. I mean, I do ask people to speed things up, but really what I'm saying is not to avoid redundancies. That's what I'm saying. Ask and answer questions. And I know I cut you off, for example, Mr. Torbertson, not to pick on you, but I know you both sides tend to do this. Let's do a sort of a summary questions at the end. They are asked and answered usually. And I understand the technique. I understand why attorneys do it, but we're really short in time, so we need to move it forward. Which means that, you know, substantively, you already got that information in. That's not the issue. All right, anything else we need to address before we leave tonight, Mr. Zacher?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Torberson?
No.
All right, we will see you tomorrow. Be here about 8:30. We'll start at 8:45, probably a little bit before. All those who are coming to watch, and I know there's some victims and stuff, we are starting a little early. Sorry we're doing that, but we're trying to get it all in. If you want to be here for everything, come a little bit earlier. That's all. Thank you.
That's a court exhibit.
Oh, actually, let's just do that off the record. Okay.